Just a quick reminder as well, we are live up on Facebook, YouTube, and Lifetime. If you want to check us out, put us in the pit trailer, or even check us out after the fact, you are more than welcome. We are now live, but taking a look back at our race going down, it is 4 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. Tony Hall still leading the way right now, building up a pretty big gap right now on Colton, trying to set down a pretty good TQ time here with a 9:5:31. Looks like Justin's starting to reel in Colton little by little, running some decent laps. Only about 12 seconds back from Colton. We are only about 10 seconds left to go. 10 seconds left to go. Right now, Tony ripping off some good 33-second laps. That's going to be a solid TQ time, but it looks like he may have just collided at the end of the straightaway. Luckily, nothing broken there. Spec slashes are pretty indestructible. Colton, you're the only one done. Both Tony and Justin, you'll be done when you cross the line.
Tony Hall done.
All right, just waiting for a finish from Justin. Last to finish.
All drivers are finished.
All right, that is
Justin
time. That
Bird's
is time. Taking it down is going to be Tony Hall with a 9:5:28. Colton finishing that 2, and Justin rounding out your top 3. Coming out next is going to be race number 2. That is our junior novice. We're going to be looking for Griffin and Lennon. I'm going to need my marshals out there and maybe a few volunteers. Help these young guys out.
Lennon roulette.
All right, just getting some drivers sorted out right now. How we looking? Looks like we got Lennon checked in, just looking for a check from Griffin. Looks like he's getting them ready. No worries, no worries. Lennon, you want to go ahead and just cross the line for me again?
Lennon roulette.
All right, thank you very much, sir. All right, just waiting for a check from Griffin, but Griffin's starting to make his way out. Looking good on Marshall. Thank you guys very much. All right, just run it over the line and we'll get you guys going.
Griffin Mertz.
All right, we're both checked in. All right, drivers, going to be 5-minute race. Space yourself out. Racing the clock, not each other. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our junior novice 15 and under. As we start to get later and later into this point series, these battles are starting to tighten up a little bit. Looks like people are starting to secure their spots a little. Lennon has been on fire here in our junior novice division. He is currently our points leader. Starting to build a little bit of a gap here on Isaac Sargent, who is in that number 2. But taking a look back at our race with 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go, it is Lennon leading the way with Griffin in that 2. Lennon currently on an 11.501 pace. Griffin now on an 8.505. Rocking that slash, starting to make his way through the crossover. Lennon rocking that all clear body yellow wing. Trying to do everything right. Gets it a little bit wrong in that center section. Marshall gets him going once again, though. Coming out next is going to be Open E-Truggy. I'm going to be looking for Rylan, Charles, Colton, Billy, Brandon, Brian, and Steve. Right now, though, with 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go, it is still Lennon leading the way. He's now on a 9.511 pace. How about Griffin, his hot lap of the race? He's on an 8.509, trying to get up to that 9-lap marker. Looks like we have a few bobbles from our leader. That section can be a little tough. You carry just a little bit too much speed, you start rolling over. Little more than halfway, little more than halfway.
Two minutes left.
Lennon last time by 26.6. That's his new hot lap. That's a good one right there. Got about a buck 30 left to go.
One minute left.
It is still Lennon leading the way, 10.526. He's going to step it up from that 9-lap pace now. Griffin starting to make his way around down the straightaway. That is that slash machine. Still holding a pretty solid 8-lap pace for himself. Bit of trouble for our leader. Is that going to drop him down? He was on a 10-lap pace, but he's been throwing down some heaters. Let's see if he can hang on here. Try to hold on to TQ for round number 1. Griffin Mertz rocking a 36-0.
3, 2,
Starting to find some time. Holy cow. Bit of trouble through that center section. Looks like Lennon got a bit of a good run up through that double-double. Just happened to get tangled. You'll both be done when you cross the line.
Lennon roulette done.
Lennon, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from Griffin. One to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished. Taking it down is going to be Lennon resetting TQ, running a 10.5.23. Griffin's going to find himself in net number 2 in 8.5.41.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 3 of Open E-Truggy. I'm going to need a bit of help in the marshalling department. This is one of our lower entry races right here. We have one outside of this, but outside of that, the rest of the round, we should be good to go.
Colton Saylor. Steve Hobson. Charles Maley.
Just waiting for a check from Billy, Brandon, and Rylan.
Billy Massengill.
Billy, you're good. That is Rylan.
Rip and Rylan Rubel.
All right, just waiting for a check from Brandon Force, but I think he's making his way out now. All right, how are we looking on marshals? We're looking good on marshals right now. Thank you guys very much for helping me out, keeping the program moving along. Just waiting for a check from Brandon, and we'll be good to go here for our Open E-Truggy.
Brandon Forst.
All right, you're all good. All right, drivers, it's going to be race number 3. You're on your own clock. Let's take it easy. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our Open E-Truggy heat number 1 of 1. Got a bit of a mix here going down in E-Truggy. Got some Sportsman E-Truggy drivers. Got some Open E-Truggy drivers. Let's see how everything sorts out right now. Rylan Rubel is leading the charge here for Open E-Truggy. Rocking that Spark No ride. Looking pretty good. Let's see how everything sorts out. Tell you what, our Sportsman E-Truggy, that's a pretty heavy division there. Let's actually see who's leading that out right now. It looks like Brian Gerber is going to be our leader, but Colton Saylor's right there. Those two are going to be battling for points all day long. But right now, with 1 minute down in, 4 minutes left to go, it is Rylan Rubel at the top of the board. For our Open E-Truggy, he's on a 14.512. Charles Malley on a 13.513. Taking a look back, though, at our Sportsman, it is all Billy Massengill doing everything right. He's on a 13.515. But all these drivers look like they're starting to settle in just a little bit. It's starting to see a whole lot of hot laps. These short burst mains go by quick. Got to try to get as many good laps as you can in this 5-minute burst. Trouble over on the left side. Trouble on that left side. All clear, all clear. Coming out next is going to be race number 4. That's going to be our open nitro truggy. I'm looking for John, Seth, and Tim. If you guys want to start getting ready for your open nitro, but taking a look back, we are at that halfway mark. Not too much is changing right now. Billy's still leading the way. He's on a 13.520. Brian Gerber, though, starting to sneak his way in, trying to make some competition up here for that TQ spot. He's only 1.7 back from our leader, Billy. Steve Hobson finds himself in at number 3. Colton Saylor in the 4, and Brandon Force rounding out your top 5. Taking a look back at our open e-truggy, it is all Ryland Rubel, the Mohawk machine, making his way through the right side of the track now. You know his colors.
Left.
Coming across the line now, he's on a 14.514, pretty consistent, running that same time all the way through. He's got a hot lap of the race, finding himself into the 21.9, our first 21-second lap of the day. Just as I say that, gave him a little bit of a curse. Finds himself out of the park. Going to drop him down a little bit. Charles Malley is going to try to find himself fighting for that TQ spot now. .345 down, 115 left to go. Brian Gerber going to jump up to the top spot now, running a 22.8 last time through his hot lap of the race. Finds himself on a 13.522. Only sportsman driver on a 13-lap pace right now.
1 minute left.
Billy now dropping back to that number 2. Steve Hobson joining the fight, 22.8. He's in that third spot, only about 4 seconds back from Billy. Starting to make a charge here late into this race. Some good racing going on here for our open e-truggy. Steve Hobson chipping away just a little more on Billy. Only 1.8 now. Trying to put in a good run here.
Three, two, one.
All right, keep him
Ribbon
going,
Ryland
drivers. Keep
Rubel
him
done.
going. Ryland Rubel, you're the
Charles
only
Malley
one
done.
done. Charles Malley, you're done. Keep going until the computer says you're done, drivers.
Colton Saylor done.
Colton, you're done.
Steve
Billy,
Hobson
you're still
done.
live. Keep on going. Everybody else will be done when you cross the line. Looks like Billy just made it
Brian
by for
Gerber
that
done.
13-lap marker.
Brandon Force done.
Looks like Billy's coming
All drivers are
across right
finished.
now. All right,
Billy
taking it down is
Massengill
going to be
done.
Ryland Rubel for our open e-truggy. Charles Malley finds himself in the 2 for our sportsman. It was all Brian Gerber, reset and TQ with a 13.518. Billy Massengill in the 2, and Steve Hobson in that number 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 4, open nitro truggy. Get all my marshals out there from last race, and we'll get going here. Going to be looking for John, Seth, and Tim. Got one dead at the end of the straightaway, one dead at the end of the straightaway. Let's take it easy at the end of the straightaway. Already looking good on Marshalls. Thank you, Marshalls, for getting out there quick. Just looking for a check from John, Seth, and Tim. Let these guys get warmed up, give them about a lap. Call you guys in, and we'll get going here for race number 4.
Seth Mr. Death Roulette. John Shaw. Tim Brisbane.
All right, drivers, I'll go ahead and give that 30-second call. 30-second call. If you guys need fuel, bring them in for fuel now. Bring them in for fuel. 30 seconds on the clock. $20 seconds, 20 seconds, drivers. I'll go ahead and let you get refired. Looks like we're just getting John Shaw refired, and we'll get going here for our race number 4. All right, he's back out and going. All right, drivers, next time by, you will be live. Next time by, you will be live. And here we go for race number 4. Going to be going live in less than 5. Tim Brisbane going to be leading the way. The iconic all-blue truggy. One of our contenders here for our Open Nitro Truggy division. Getting it a little bit wrong coming through that center section. Going to allow Seth and John to sneak on by. Seth upside down, getting a little bit tangled with John. Let's let these guys get settled in. Space yourself out. Racing the clock, not each other. Is it a pretty fast location? Really? Now they kind of go. Right now with 120 down and 330 left to go. It is all Tim Brisbane leading the way with a 12.507. Looking pretty good right now. Seth finds himself in that number 2. Close battle with John in that number 3. Those two separated by only 1.5. Looks like Tim's starting to find just a little bit of a gap out there. Finding nothing but clean track ahead. He ran a 22.7 last time by. Good lap right there. We are at that halfway point right now. It is Tim still leading the charge. He's on a 13-5-15. Seth finds himself in that 2. John still in the number 3. Almost a bit of carnage coming out of the straightaway. Seth somehow dodges a bullet. Doesn't get tangled up with our leader. With 3 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go.
2 minutes left.
Coming out next is going to be race number 5. Open four-wheel drive SCT. Going to be looking for Austin, Ryland, Tony, Sean, and David. But taking a look back at our race, not too much is changing outside of John. Sean now finds himself in that number 2. Looks like Seth just had a few mistakes out there. Trying to get himself going once again, though. John putting in some pretty consistent laps. Finding pace almost every lap.
1 minute left.
How about Tim Brisbane? His hot lap of the race, 22.5. Starting to chip away at his time, trying to lock in a good TQ right now. He's on a 13.5-14. Getting it a little bit wrong. Finds himself on the other part of the track, but luckily needs no marshal out there. Not too much time lost on that. Looks like everybody's pretty spread out at this point as the race is coming to a close. Everybody is still live. Keep on going until the computer says you're done. When you cross the line, you will be done.
Tim Brisbane done.
Tim, you're done.
John,
John, you're done. Just waiting for a finish from Seth.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished. Taking it down is going to be Tim Brisbane with a 13.5-15, trying to set a pretty solid TQ here in round number 1. John's going to finish in that 2, and Seth is going to round out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 5, Open 4-Drive SCT. If I could get some of my volunteers out there. That's one of those races I was talking about that we need a few volunteer marshals. I had 3 last race. I need about 7 to make it happen.
Tony Hall. David Higgins. Ripon Rylan Rubel. Sean Holloway.
Still need a couple of volunteer marshals out there up on the far right-hand side of the track. Looking for 3 volunteers. 3 volunteers. Oh, thanks. Still need a couple volunteers out there. I need 2. I need 2 volunteers. Start of the straight, end of the straight. 2 easy spots. If you are sitting around and you are looking for something to do, now is a good time to volunteer. Keep this race program on schedule. Still looking for a couple volunteers here.
Austin Rubin.
Austin Rubin, you are checked, my friend. I need one more volunteer. One more volunteer. I see Hunter Hayes walking out there. Is he coming over this way? Well, looks like we got a couple people coming now. All right. Appreciate your volunteerism. All right, drivers, you got 5 minutes on the tone. Keep it fast, keep it clean. Somebody comes up behind you, give them a little room to race on through. Good luck. Give you guys a couple minutes out here. Let things get sorted out. I had one upside down. All set. All clear. Looks like a little trouble coming out of the straight. Austin Rubin gets it back on all fours. He's back off and running. All right, we are 1:15 in. It looks like we got Rylan Rubel up top. New whip out there for him. He's on a 23. He's on a 13.509. David Higgins on a 12.515. Austin is in third on an 11.509. Followed by Tony, followed by Sean. Work together, guys. Work together. Still lots of time left to race. Austin Rubin coming buck wild through the center. All right, we are just beyond that halfway point. We still got Rylan up top. He's on a 13.517, followed by Austin on a 12.522, followed by David Higgins on 11.502, followed by Sean on 11.510, and Tony Hall on a 10.512.
2 minutes left.
You heard the lady. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. Keep them going. Keep them going. You got 1 minute remaining, a little more than a minute remaining. We still have Ryland up top on a 13.518. Austin Rubin on a 12.518. David Higgins on 11.502. Sean's on 11.514. And Tony's still on his 10.512. A little less than 15 seconds remaining. Everybody's still alive. Everybody is still alive.
3, 2, 1. Austin Rubin done.
Austin is the only truck that is finished. Everybody else is still alive. Everybody else is still alive.
Sean Holloway done. All drivers are finished.
That is
Tony
your
Hall
race.
done.
Taking it down is Austin Rubin on 11.501. Sean Holloway on 11.514. Ryland on a 10.406. Tony Hall on a 10.517.
The race is completed.
I just need you guys to put your cars back to the pit, back to the pit. Get out to race. Get out to race. Open nitro buggy. This seems like a full lock of 10. We're going to need all my Marshall spots filled. Guys, please hold your cars in pit lane. Please hold your cars in pit lane till I get my Marshalls out there, please. Guys, hold your cars in pit lane, please. Hold your cars in pit lane till I get my Marshalls out there. Thank you. Still looking for my Marshalls from that last race. You know who you are. Looks like I need two more Marshalls. I need two more Marshalls, one in the back center and one in the middle. Still looking for one Marshall. I need one more Marshall out there. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gerber. All right, guys, turn them loose, turn them loose, turn them loose. Track is hot, track is hot.
Ken Ming. James Matty. Ryan Noland. Levi Carter. Seth Mr. Death Roulette. Johnny Buckner. Jimmy Bennett.
Justin Duggins, I see him.
Justin Duggins. Brannon Armitage.
Yep. He's coming. Should be checking right now.
Billy Massengill.
All right, we have all our drivers checked. All our drivers checked. We got one flame out. We got one flame out. All right, next time by. Next time by. Pull him in the pits. Pull him in the pits. Next time by. Pull him in the pit. Pull him in the pit. Fuel him up. Fuel him up. Track will be going live in less than 30. All right, everybody's got their fuel. Track will be live next time. Bye. Track's going live in less than 5. Watch out at the end of the straight. Watch out at the end of the straight on that first corner. We got one upside down. All clear. Can't see anything. I don't know where that's coming from either. Yeah, it's coming from this window. Trouble at the end of the straight. Trouble at the end of the straight. You got one upside down coming down the little step. All clear. Trouble in the crossover. Trouble in the crossover. Going up the step. Up crossover up the step. All clear. All right, we got 1 minute in. We got 4 minutes remaining. We've got Seth Rowlett up on top, 13-5-21, followed by Brandon, 12-5-13. Johnny Buckner's on a 12-5-21, followed by Jimmy on 11-5-04. That is your top 5 running order. And in our pro division, we've got Ryan Noland up on top, followed by Justin, followed by Ken. That is your current running order for your pro division. I'm like, why is Ryan down here? Why? What do I do different that you don't like? It's not you. We have Seth Rowlett holding it down in that sportsman division on a 13-5-21, followed by Brandon on a 12-5-17, followed by James Maddie now on a 12-5 flat. Seth Rowlett, fast lap of his race is a 24-1. Looking down at the pro side, it looks like we got Ryan Nolan on a 23-2, followed by Justin's 24 flat.
All right, drivers, we're at that halfway point, that halfway marker. Taking a look now at our open nitro buggy. It is all Ryan Nolan at the top of the board, but just as I say that, I thought that was Ryan Nolan right there. The iconic pink wing. Seth Rowlett is going to flame out early. Still got another round ahead of him, though. Try to get it cleaned up for round number 2. But taking a look back at our race action, it is Ryan Nolan still leading the way. He's on a 13-5-12. Justin Duggins right now in that number 2 with a 12-5-07. Ken Brisbane rocking an 11-5-02. Good to have him joining us here today. But right now, looking at our sportsman division, it is all Johnny Buckner, 12-5-20 on top of the board right now. Talked with him a little bit earlier. He was hoping there was a good show for Nitro Buggy, and yes, there is. Almost got a full heat here on our club race day. Even got some guys joining us here. All the way from Columbia, I heard. There's a few rainouts in North and South Carolina, so they decided to join us here today for our round 6 of the TNA series. Good to have you guys here. Thank you for joining us. But taking a look at our clock, it is 3:45 down, 1:15 left to go. Your closest battle on the track is between Johnny Buckner trying to secure that TQ and James Maddie in the number 2. Only about 4.5 seconds separates the two. Trouble over the step up. Trouble over that step-up section. All clear, all clear. Coming out next is going to be race number 7. It's going to be our Sportsman e-buggy heat. You know who you are. But taking a look back at our race action, your closest battle is about 7 seconds right now. Looks like everybody's pretty spread out. Billy Massengill is starting to show some pace here late into this race. Trouble in the middle. Trouble in that middle. All clear, all clear. Everybody trying to get it right. Lots of mistakes here early on. Shaking the bugs out.
Three, two, one.
Coming up on our time right now. Everybody is still live. Keep on going until the computer says you're done. Keep on going.
Ken Ming done.
Ken, you're the only one done. Everybody else is still live.
James Maddie done.
James Maddie, you're done.
Billy Massengill done.
Billy Massengill, you're done.
Justin Duggins done.
Justin, you're
Ryan
done.
Nolan.
Ryan, you're done.
Brandon Armitage done.
Brandon, you're done. Levi, you're still live. Keep on going, Levi. We still have one car live. Still have one live.
Johnny Buckner done.
Johnny Buckner, you're done. Still have one car live out there, guys. One car live. Goes on the other side. Goes on the other side. Give him a little bit of help. He's on that other side. Still have one live. Still have one live. Gets himself marshaled.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Levi
Taking
Carter
it down is going to be Ryan Nolan for that open nitro truggy with a 13.514. Justin in the 2. Ken in at number 3. Taking a look back at our Sportsman nitro buggy. It was all Johnny Buckner in the 1. James in the 2. And Brandon rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Just make sure with nitro, guys, we don't walk off too early for marshaling. If I have 1 or 2 late nitros, I need to make sure I have all my marshals out there. But coming out next is going to be race number 7, Sportsman e-buggy. Going to be looking for Alex, David, Levi, Steve, Charles, Brandon. Also looking for Brandon, Addison,
Higgins.
Austin, and Denson. Going to be a full race here for our
Denson
e-buggy divisions.
Steve Hobson.
Let's take it easy as my marshals start to get out there.
Austin
Looks like
Rubin.
we are good on marshals. We're all good on marshals. Let's get everybody checked in here.
Brandon Forst. Alex Keaton. Addison Keaton. Brandon Armitage. Charles Maley. Levi Carter.
All right, looks like Levi's checked. Gave him a minute as I know he was in that nitro. Thank you very much, sir. All right, drivers, everybody's checked in. All stop on the straight. All stop on that straightaway. All right, just letting Levi get over there. All right, drivers, just a reminder, you are on your own clock. We don't have to race each other out there. You're racing the clock. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go. Space yourself out. You guys know what to do. Space yourself out. That's what I like to see. Good driving right there. Looking like professionals out there. Trouble at the start of the straightaway. Trouble at the start of the straightaway. All clear. Got a bucket out on the track. On the step up, there's a bucket on the track. Somebody collected it. Not sure how a bucket made it all the way onto the track. Might have had a rogue buggy out there. Tim going to give us a good old recovery service. But we are 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go. Right now, it is Charles Malley leading the way. He's on a 13.513. Solid pace from him right there. Running some pretty clean and consistent laps. 23s and 24s. That's where you want to be. David Higgins finds himself in that 2. Austin Rubin in that 3. Great battle going on for that 2, 3, and 4 between David, Austin, and Brandon. Steve Hobson in the 5. Even Brandon Forst in the 6. It is still anybody's race right now with 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Looks like Addison might be out early. Saw something lock up. Bit of carnage coming out of the straightaway. Trying to get him back going once again. It is a long lap right now for Charles. He's still on a 13.519, though. Still finds himself in that top spot. Austin Rubin still in that 2. Brandon now from the 5 to the 3. Moving up some good spots for him right there. Looks like a tough spot in the track today. It's been that step-up section. Addy, you got a couple coming.
Two minutes left.
With 3 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Does Austin have enough left in the tank to try to chase down Charles? But he had a bit of a long lap with a 32 right there. Charles going to gap out that TQ spot. Looking really solid right now with a 13.518. Doing everything right. Only had one lap, it looks like, where he had a bit of a mistake. But outside of that, he's been clean and consistent. Fast at that as well. David Higgins now back up to the 3, Brandon in the 4, and Steve Hobson still trying to keep himself in the fight in that top 5. It is going to be a tough fight here today for our Sportsman A main. We got a lot of Sportsman E-Buggy guys here. Going to be a good battle to try to make that top 10. With 4:15 down, 45 seconds left to go. Clock is taken away. Make the most of it. Coming out next is going to be our open E-Buggy. A little bit of a mix. We got some of our top point runners for Sportsman, along with some super fast drivers in open. Just a reminder, we will split those for the mains. We're just running this for qualifier sake. Not too much is changing right now. The only mover I see is Steve Hobson in the 4 now. Brandon going to fall to the 5. Good battle, 3 through 5 between David, Steve, and Brandon. It is only 2 seconds between those 3. Every spot matters here.
Brandon Armitage done.
Brandon, you're the only one done. Everybody else is still live.
Steve Hobson done.
Be careful turning around at the end of the straightaway. Still have quite a few drivers live. Keep on going if didn't call your name out. Everybody will be done when you cross the line.
Austin Rubin done.
Still have
Charles
quite a
Bailey
few
done.
left. Still have quite a few left.
David Higgins done.
Waiting on a finish from Brandon, Denson, and Levi. 3 to finish. 3 to finish, drivers. Marshall, stay where you're at. We got 3 to
Levi
finish.
Carter done. Denson Minton done.
All right, just waiting on a finish from Brandon.
All drivers are
And
finished.
all drivers are finished.
Brandon
Taking it
Force
down
done.
is going to be Charles Malley resetting TQ pace. He's on a 13.521. Does anybody have anything for him here in this race number 2? Austin Rubin's going to finish in that 2, and David Higgins in that top 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out now is going to be our open e-buggy. Got a
Ryan
couple
Noland.
sportsman guys in here right now. Looks like Jimmy, Billy, Brian, John, and Hunter are going to be
Ryan
your
Gerber.
5 contenders trying to chase down that 13-lap pace set by Charles Malley. That is a strong time, though. It's going to be a hard one to beat.
John Shaw.
Jacob Ryland does have his Austin Rubin's transponder, correct? Okay. Just want to make sure.
Hunter Hayes. Ripon Rylan Rubel. Justin Duggins.
All right. Just waiting for a check from Billy, Jimmy, and Colin. We're going to be looking pretty good on Marshall's. If you don't get a chance to get out in Marshall, if you guys want to help me in one of the earlier races where I need a couple of volunteers, I would appreciate that. Just waiting on a check from Billy, Jimmy, and
Jimmy
Colin.
Bennett.
Jimmy, you're good. All right, all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Colin, if you're out there, you want to cross the line for me? Looking for a check from Colin. Colin, are you out there? All right, looks like Colin's
Billy
out
Hasenfeld.
early. Billy's going to be getting a check-in. All right, drivers. Looks like everybody's checked in. We're going to Marshall's. Looking good, looking good. All right, drivers, space yourself out. You guys know what to do. We're going to be going live in less than 5. Space yourself out. Space yourself out. Racing the clock, not each other. Right now, it looks like the TQ time to beat for my sportsman guys is Charles Malley, 13.521. That's a good pace to chase right there. Real solid run. Let's see if anybody here can reset it. Let's see how everything sorts out here. With 1:15 down and 3:45 left to go. Right now, it is Rylan Nolan to the point for our open e-buggy. He's on a 14.517. Justin Duggins going to find himself in that 2 with a 13.509. Ripping Rylan Rubel in the 3 with a 12.501. Taking a look back at our sportsman, it is Billy to the top of the board. He was on a 12.5 flat, going to drop back to a 5.13. Hunter Hayes only about a 10th back. Jimmy Bennett 5/10ths back from that. That battle is going strong for the 1 through 3, but right now, that TQ time from Charles Malley is looking stronger and stronger. Only driver right now on a 13-lap pace, but there is still plenty of racing left here. All it's going to take is a few heaters from these sportsman guys, and they're right there. One I'm going to have my eye on this race is going to be Billy Massengale. Right now, he's leading the way with a 12.507. He has the pace to do it. Just needs to string a couple together, just like that. 23.0. Finds himself on a 5.01. Starting to flirt with a 13-lap pace. Billy's rocking that, I believe, purple and gray machine coming over that step up now. Getting it a little wrong. That was your leader trying to get himself self-marshaled. That's going to allow Brian Gerber now to jump up to that top spot. He's on a 12.517. How about Hunter Hayes on a 5.17 as well? Billy Massengale in the 3 on a 5.20. John Shaw still right in that fight in that number 4.
2 minutes left.
Good battle 1 through 5 for the Sportsman guys. Not too much is changing here in our open e-buggy outside of Rippin, Ryland, Rubel. Still in that 3, but trying to chase down Justin Duggins in that 2. Tell you what, it is a good battle here for open e-buggy between Ryan, Justin, and Ryland. It is still anybody's race. They're only separated by about 5 seconds. With 3:30 down, 1:30 left to go.
One minute left.
With 4 minutes down, 1 minute left to go, it is all Brian Gerber leading the way, 12.508, chipping away time. Same with Hunter, working with him. He's on a 12.509. Billy Massengale on a 5.11. These drivers starting to find some pace in those Sportsman e-buggies. Let's take a look back at our open e-buggy, see how everything's sorting out. It is still Ryan Nolan doing everything right. He's on a 13.510. Good run right there from him. Ryland only about 1.5 back from that 2 spot. Only needs a little bit of time out there. With 4:15 down, 10 seconds left to go.
Three, two, one.
And that is time. That is time, drivers. Keep them going until a computer says you're done.
Ryan Nolan done.
Ryan, you're done.
Billy Massengale done.
Billy Massengale,
Ryan
you're done.
Gerber done. Hunter Hayes
You
done.
will be done when you cross the
Jimmy
line.
Bennett
Just
done.
waiting on a finish from
Justin
2.
Duggins done.
Waiting on 1.
John Shaw done.
Ticking it
drivers are
down is going to be
finished.
Ryan Noland
Rippin'
in that
Ryland
1
Rubel
spot
done.
for open e-buggy, 13.512. Justin put on a little bit of a charge at the end. He was on a 5:15. Ryland in that 3. Good battle 1 through 3 for our open e-buggy. Looking at our Sportsman e-buggy, is going to be Brian Gerber taking it down. Not good enough for a reset, but still going to put him 2nd overall with a 12.507. Billy not too far back with a 5.08. And John running out your top 3.
The race is completed.
All right, drivers, that's going to wrap up our round number 1. As we get ready here for round number 2, I'll get a resort going. Can I have members of my track maintenance crew out there? Looks like we're going to patch maybe a hole or 2 out there, blow it off, and get a little bit of water out there. All right, in between round 1 and 2, we're going to need just a little extra time. We're going to try to get that step up just a little bit patched up. Seems like we got a bit of a tough spot over there. So Jacob is on the move. Looks like Austin and Tom are going to help us out as well. All right, drivers, the heats for qual number 2 are posted. They are posted. Make sure you double check. The only things that should have changed were between race 7 and race 8 for Sportsman and Open. Just moved a few guys around based on how you finished last round. Just double check to make sure that you are where you are supposed to be for race 7 and race 8. Outside of that, everybody's pretty much running in the same spot for 1 through 6. Just be prepared. The only 2 overlaps I have are Levi and Jimmy. You guys are overlapped for Nitro and Sportsman. So just make sure you have your e-buggies ready after Nitro. Going to go ahead and give you guys a little bit of a break here as we get this spot patched in for our kicker. Going to go give them a little bit of help out there so we can get going here for our round number 2. Just a quick reminder as well, it came up in the booth. Our last race will be on June 6th, or I should say, yes, June 6th. Make sure you guys don't miss that one. That's all of our raffles. You have to be present for our raffles. We just want to make sure that we get everybody prizes so we don't have a whole bunch of stuff to ship out. So we need you here. If you're in the point series, any entries goes towards those raffle entries. So if you've shown up quite a bit to these series, definitely going to be one you don't want to miss. Also, as well, we will be serving food for every entry. So make sure you guys get signed up. I need everybody to try to sign up if you got some time to burn for that June 6th race. We're trying to get an idea of what we need for food. So the more people we have sign up, the better idea we got on what we'll need to bring with us to make sure we don't run out. And that will be included with your entry. So just a reminder, will be included. That's no extra fee. As long as you guys are here in racing, we'll be serving food, handing out raffles. It's going to be a good race on June 6th. Thank you very much to my track maintenance crew, giving us a good job out there, packing in that little kicker. He said, you know what? Better than nothing. We take it. Might be a few more minutes there, Colton. We're just going to let the track dry off. Gotcha. Looks like Seth gave the track a pretty good water, so it should have plenty of grip here for round number 2. Might see some TQ resets. Now's the time to try to lock in. Try to get some good TQs out there for round number 2. It's now 12:35. Tom, what are we thinking for? You're giving me one. I'm looking for like 5-10 minutes. 5 minutes. All right. Let's aim for 5 minutes until we get started for round number 2. That's going to be 12:40. All right, let's start getting my drivers out for Spec Slash qualifier number 2. Going to be looking for Tony Hall, Colton Saylor, and Justin Mertz. Going to be looking for my drivers from Open eBuggy. That's going to be Ryan, Justin, Rylan, Brian, Billy, John, Hunter, Colin, Charles, and Brandon. We can get some of you guys out here to Marshall. If you guys don't get a chance to Marshall and want to help me in one of these earlier races, that would also be much appreciated. As long as we can keep the marshalling going, we got no holds in this program. Did a great job last race, and it seems like we're still holding true to this one. Can't tell you guys how much I thank you for the marshalling help. That seems to be the biggest struggle, but looks like we got it pretty down pat in this program.
Tony Hall.
One thing I actually did forget during our drivers meeting, I did have a small little giveaway going on our Facebook. If you liked, shared, and commented, we're giving away one free race entry. I've got the wheel right here. Got everybody's names in, so go ahead and spin it. Give it a whirl, see who ends up taking home a free race entry. Spinning now. Who is it going to be?
Justin Mertz.
Just took a quick look. It looks like it rolled into Andrew Higgins, but he is not here today to claim it. So we're going to go ahead and give it a re-roll. Going on to our spin now. Who's it going to be? All right, looks like we got everybody checked in. How we looking on Marshall's out there? How we looking? You got that covered? All right, Hunter said he's got it covered. All right, drivers, get our Spec Slash going. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go, drivers. Taking a look back, though, at our wheel, it looks like it was Justin Duggins with our free race entry. Justin, if you are around, make your way over to the booth. Taking a look back at our race all right now with 45 down and 4:15 left to go as these drivers start to make their first lap. If you guys want to be in the wheel for the next race, I'll go ahead and do the same thing. I'll throw up a post on Facebook. Make sure you guys just like, comment, and share, and you will be eligible for our little free race entry giveaway. All it takes is one extra entry, and we can make it happen. Helps get the race out there, gives us plenty of entries to get out racing for our great Saturdays. But taking a look back at our race action, we are 150 down, 310 left to go. It is all Tony Hall on a 9.509. Coming out in dominating fashion here early on in our spec slash. He's trying to reset his own time of a 9.528, and he's found quite a bit of time. Colton trying to find himself on a 9-lap pace. He's on an 8.506 right now. Justin Mertz stepping up his pace with an 8.518. Also, once again, Justin Duggins, if you're around, make your way over to the booth.
Two minutes left.
We're 3:15 down, 1:45 left to go. It is still Tony Hall leading the way, still on that 9.509 pace. Real solid time from him. Colton Saylor in that too with a 9.528. Finds himself on a 9-lap pace as well. Would have been good enough for a reset, but right now Tony Hall's getting it done. Bit of a long lap right there. He's on a 5.18. Colton Saylor starting to close the gap. He's only 5.3 out. Does Colton have enough left in the tank with 1:15 left to go to try to reset that TQ? He needs to try to string together one or two good laps here. Justin Mertz still in that 3, still rocking an 8.527.
Left.
Might have gave him the curse right there. Colton getting it wrong over on the left side. Just tips it over. Stuck in the middle. All clear, all clear. Goes on the double-double. Great marshal in there by Lennon. Taking some tips from Seth. Tough luck there for Colton. He was on a pretty solid run. Hopefully it wasn't that. C-Hub once again. Still plenty of time, though, left in this series. Trying to get him going once again for the main. But right now it is all Tony Hall. He is still on a reset time. He's on a 9.521. Justin Mertz just barely floating on that 8-lap pace. He's going to make it by. So he's going around for one more.
Tony Hall done.
Almost had a marshal down in the middle. Tony Hall, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from Justin. One to finish, one to finish. Marshall, stay where you're at. And here he goes, making his way across the line. Now, Justin Mertz, you are done. Taking it down is going to be Tony Hall with a 9.517. Good enough for a reset. Justin Mertz going to come home in that number 2. And Colton rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 2. Junior Novice going to be looking for Lennon and Griffin. Going to be looking for some help in the marshalling department. Looks like Hunter's going to hold down the left side over here. Thank you very much, sir. Go on in. Justin, right? Yep. Got you on the entry. Looks like Justin was able to take claim. Thank you very much, sir, for
Griffin
joining
Rice.
us. Coming from Turn and Burn.
Lennon
Great
Roulette.
track right there. As my drivers for Junior Novice start making their way out now. Gonna need some help in the marshaling department if I could get a few more volunteers. I hear Ryland's looking to get some exercise out there. Gonna take an easy corner, help us out. I see. That is true. You are next. If I get a few volunteers out there, need a few volunteers. Help our young guns out. Let's keep this program moving along. Probably need two volunteers. Two volunteers for that center section, and we can get going here. All right, we got one. Just need one more. Need one more for that center section. Think we'll. Oh, looks like we got one. Thank you very much, sir. Just want to make sure we got all our points covered. All right, driver, space yourself out. It's going to be a 5-minute race. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our junior novice, 15 and under. TQ time to beat right now is Lennon Rowlett. He ran a 10.5.23. That is your clear body out there, yellow wing. Lennon's rocking that slash machine. He can run some pretty good laps out there. Just needs to string a few of them together. Justin cheering him on from the sideline, giving him all sorts of coaching tips out there. He's getting it done right now in spec slash. But right now, Griffin getting it done in that slash. With 50 seconds down, 4 minutes left to go. It is Lennon right now, just barely flirting on an 11-lap pace. He's on a 10.5 flat right now. Good enough for a reset. Looks like he got it just a little bit wrong over on the right side, though. Got to send him back to a 5.26. With 1:30 down, 3:30 left to go. Let's take a lap around with your leader, Lennon Rowlett. One of our up-and-coming young guns here. Making his way down the straightaway. Over the double-double he goes. Pretty clean line through there. Looking good as he starts making his way onto the crossover. Almost clipping the pipe, turning away from it. Gets himself back underway.
Two minutes left.
Right now, there's 3:30 down, 1:30 left to go. It is all Lennon Rowlett showing us the way. Now finds himself on an 11-lap pace. Griffin just flirting with that 8-lap pace right now, making his way over the kicker. One stuck on the kicker, one stuck on the kicker. Looks like you got caught under the pipe right next to the pole. Kind of a tough spot to see right there. Lennon going for a little bit of a ride over there.
One minute left.
With 4 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. Looking ahead, we have our open e-truggy coming out next. Tom Bishop, if you're around, start making your way over to the booth. Tom Bishop. Only 30 seconds left. Lennon still holding strong with an 11-lap pace. Griffin going to fall back just a little bit. He's now on a 7-lap.
Three, two, one.
All right, drivers, you will be finished when you cross the line. You will be finished. Still 2 to finish.
Griffin Mertz done.
Griffin, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from Lennon, I believe.
All drivers are
There
finished.
he is. All right, all
Lennon
drivers are
Rowlett
finished.
done.
Taking it down is going to be Lennon Rowlett and the 1 and Griffin, rounding out your top 2. Let's start getting out there for
race
race
is
number
completed.
3. Going to need a lot of help in the marshaling department. If I could get some volunteers starting to head out there.
Brian Gerber. Rippin Rylan Rubel. Brandon Forst. Billy Massengill. Charles Maley. Colton Saylor.
All right, as my volunteers start to make their way out there, thank you very much, guys. Just waiting on a check from Steve Hobson. Waiting on a check from Steve Hobson. All right, looks like Steve is out early. Said his drive shaft is now a banana now. kind of funny as he rolled down the straightaway, but unfortunate break there. All right, how we looking on marshals, guys? Looking good, looking good. Might need one volunteer on that right side, and we will be good to go. Need one volunteer on that right side cone. Need one volunteer marshal, one volunteer marshal. Yeah, over on that right side. Thank you very much, Austin. Looks like John might be taking it. Not quite sure. I'll let you guys figure that out. All right, sweet. We got some volunteers. We are good to go. All right, drivers. We're going to be going live in lesson 5. Space yourself out. You're racing the clock, not each other. Let's take a look here on what we're trying to chase for some times. In our sports spin e-truggy, it was going to be Brian Gerber ran a 13.518, but Billy Massengill wasn't too far back on a 13.522. Taking a look, it was all Rylan Rubel for our open division. He ran a 13.5 flat, trying to find himself on a 14-lap pace, and yes, he does. That first lap by with a 22.9. He's on a 14.521 right now. How about Brian Gerber out of the gate? 23.7 first lap by. He's on a 13.506. Backs it up with a 23.3. He's coming shooting out right now, trying to find a 14-lap pace with that truck. With 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go. Let's see how everything sorts out here. It's crazy how different the times are. Billy Massengill is only 1.9 back, but it's showing almost 15 seconds on the clock. But how about Billy Massengill, just as I say his name, now on a 13.512. That is good enough for a reset. Brian Gerber right now trying to lock up TQ. He needs all the points he can get. He's in a decent battle here with Colton for the overall. But right now, 1 and 2, Billy and Brian, they are neck and neck. Billy just trying to stay ahead of Brian. Brian's got to try to find a way by. He's only 1.1 back. That's the difference of just pretty much passing him. Make sure we play nice out there. Straightaway, end of the straightaway. All clear, all clear. That got a little scary. Looked like we actually had a truck underneath the pit lane. That's the first I've seen that. With 240 down, 220 left to go. We are a little more than halfway there. It is still Billy Massengill leading the way in a 13.507. Brian Gerber with a 509. Brandon Force in that 3. Colton Saylor in that number 4. For our open e-truggies, Rylan Rubel. He's on his own reset on a 14.513. Even Charles Malley starting to find some good time out there. He's on a 13.512. Looks like Billy's starting to find a little bit of a gap over Brian, trying to secure that top spot for our Sportsman e-truggy. Brian Gerber's in that all white yellow wheels down the straightaway now. Next car in front of him is Billy Massengill in the purple. Right now, it is Brian Gerber trying to get by Billy for that top spot.
1 minute left.
With only 1 minute left to go, it is still anybody's race. If he can find a way by, that might just be enough for a top spot. Just as I say that, Billy getting it a little bit wrong. Looks like Brian has to check up. Good battle going on here in Q number 2. Billy getting it wrong. That's the space he needed. Brian Gerber going to sneak on by. Now, does he have enough pace left in him right now? He's only 0.3 ahead. If Billy can try to stay locked onto that bumper of Brian, he might hold on to that TQ spot. Right now, they are both on a reset. Ryland trying to get through these two. Brian's going to let him by, but he needs to find a little bit of a gap right now. Billy right on the tail of Brian. He's going to take that top spot now. It is 0.3 at best. Those two getting together, both shorten it. Over the double they go. Billy getting it wrong. Tried to square himself up the right way around.
Colton Sailor done.
It was a battle to the very end between those two right there.
Ripon Rylan Rubel done. Brian Gerber done.
Brian Gerber, you're done. Just waiting on a finish from
Force
3.
done. Billy Massengill done. All drivers are finished.
Close, but it was just that
Charles
one
Malin
mistake
done.
was all it took. Looks like Brian Gerber is going to secure that top spot for Sportsman E-Truggy. Billy in the number 2, Colton in the 3, and Brandon rounding out your top 4. For our open division, it was Rylan on a reset with a 14.511. Still, Charles reset his own time with a 13.517.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be Open Nitro Truck. You're going to be looking for Tim, John, and Seth.
John Shaw. Seth Mr. Death Roulette. Tim Brisbane.
All right, looks like we're all checked in. I'm going to give a 30-second call, 30-second call. We're getting it all sorted out here in the booth. I know. We got somebody going out right now. All right, 30 seconds, driver, 30 seconds. All right, drivers, 20 seconds, 20 seconds. Tim, you're going to be our first one across. And we're going to be going live in less than 5. Went a little quick there. That's all right. Seth is going to start us off. If you want to cut the track, feel free, Tim. Getting the bugs out early, that's all. Now you're on the clock. Good to go now. All right, let's see how everything sorts out. TQ time to beat was Tim Brisbane on a 13.515. He's been looking pretty solid in that techno ride. Changed a few things going in to that last round. Did a few tune-ups on it, but it's looking pretty good right now. Still needs a driver either way, and he's wheeling that techno. But how about John Shaw in that too? Only 1.3 back from your leader. Both of those drivers on a reset. This is going to be anybody's race between Tim and John. It's going to come down to who has less mistakes out there. John rocking that white and green coming down the straightaway now. Tim Brisbane, though, laying down some heaters. 22.9 back by a 22.4. Had a killer line through that center section right there. Already had the car turned by the time he landed. With 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. That may have been John. Looks like John with a bit of a flame out. Going to give all sorts of breathing room to our TQ setter, Tim Brisbane. Looks like he's going to get him back going once again. Flame out at the end, flame out at the end. Trying to get the bugs out now for the main. But right now it is 240 down, 220 left to go. Coming out next is going to be race number 5. That's going to be our open forward drive SCT. Going to be looking for Austin, Sean, Ryland, Tony, and David. With 3:30 down, 1:30 left to go, it is still Tim Brisbane leading the way. He's on a 14.522, looking to smash his TQ time. He's got a 13.515, almost a full lap ahead. All he's got to do is keep it clean out there. Try to keep that truggy rolling. Giving a little whip for the fans. Almost sideways over that double-double. Seth Roulette finds himself in that number 2. He's on a 12.519. With 1 minute left to go, drivers. 1 minute left to go. Your leader getting it wrong through the double-double. Steve is going to run over there and get him going once again. It's going to be close. He might just drop off that 14-lap pace, but still good enough for a reset nonetheless.
3, 2, 1.
It's going to be close. Keep on going, drivers. Keep on going.
Seth, Mr. Death Roulette.
Seth Roulette, you're done. Tim, when you cross, you will be done.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Tim
Taking
Brisbane
it down is going to be Tim Brisbane on a reset. Just barely dropped off that 14 lapper, but he's still on a 13.504. Seth Rowlett in the 2, and John Shaw rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 5 of Open 4 Drive SCT. Once again, going to be looking for Austin, Sean, Ryland, Tony, and David.
David Higgins. Tony Hall.
Going to need some volunteers out there. It should be the last one of the last races. I need quite a few volunteers. Looks like Tom is going to stay out there and help us. Thank you very much, sir. Pretty easy ones to marshal out here. 4-wheel drive SCT is always an easy class to get out there. So let's start getting some volunteer marshals out there. Also going to need all my marshals from last race.
Ripon Rylan Rubel. Austin Rubin. Sean Holloway.
All right, looks like everybody's checked in. Let's start getting some of those volunteer marshals out there. Going to need one at the start of the straightaway, one in that far right, and one in the center. Need 3 volunteers. Believe Seth might start making his way out. Looks like I got one. Thank you very much, sir. Going to need 2 more volunteers, and we can get the show on the road for Open 4 Drive SCT. Need 2 volunteers, one in the far right and one in the center. I need those spots covered. Let's start getting my volunteer marshals out there. Got one. Lennon's going to help us out. Thank you very much, sir. Need one more marshal in that center section. One marshal in that center section. Let's keep this show rolling. We've been doing good so far. Just need one to save the day. One volunteer. Looks like Jacob's going to help us out. Thank you very much, sir. Do we need one on that far right? Oh, I didn't even see it with the glare. We need one on that far right. Need one on the far right. Start of the straightaway. Simple spot right there. All right, looks like Bobby's going to help us out. Thank you very much, sir. Could have sworn we had one over there. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just seeing things. All right, I'll let him get over there and we'll get started here for our 5-minute qualifier. All right, drivers. This is Open 4 Drive SCT. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for Open 4 Drive SCT. TQ time to beat is Austin Rubin on an 11.501. You guys know what to do. Space yourself out. Let's see how everything sorts out here. Ryland, if you want to get going, now would be the time. With 130 down, 330 left to go. It is all Austin Rubin. He's on a 12-5-20. Good enough for a reset. Sean Holloway not too far back. Only about 5.5 back. He's on 11-5-15 right now. David Higgins now in that 3. Tony Hall in the 4. And Ryland rounding out your top 5. Oh, man. All sorts of pressure over and under. They go. Ryland's going to sneak by. Austin's going to snag her right back with a little bit of aggressiveness on the way through. Showing him who's boss in this 4-wheel drive SCT. Had a great battle last week. It came down to the wire. Looks like your leader almost getting tangled up right there. Your leader loves the spotlight, so let's take a lap around with him. He's in that white and black. He's shaking his head up there. He knows he loves the attention as he makes his way through that center section. Almost forgetting to turn through that section. Going to let Ryland by. Ripping and gripping up over the
2
step
minutes
over he
left.
goes. A little bit too much power coming out of the straightaway now. Getting it wrong by the line. Man, you would swear Sean Holloway is paying me up in the booth to start talking about Austin. With 330 down, 130 left to go. Your leader getting all sorts of wrong right now. Bit of a long lap. He's on a 501. How about Sean Holloway in a 502? This battle is heated up just like that. Few mistakes is all it takes. Sean now going to find himself now in the top spot at 12-5-26. Only driver on a 12-lap pace.
1 minute left.
With 4 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. Ryland getting caught in between the pipe and the wall. Austin was up in that top spot, but he's going to get it wrong through that center section as well. Does Sean have enough left in the tank for a reset? He only needs 2 seconds to make it happen. Austin with that mistake. Is that going to change a whole lot here? He's on a 12-5-24. He's still in the lead, but not by much. Little bit of carnage over the step up, but looks like they get it all figured out. That was Sean getting caught up in there. Sean is in that blue and orange through the double-double. He goes.
3, 2, 1.
Everybody is still live. Keep on going, drivers. Keep on going.
David Higgins done.
David, you're done. Everybody else will be
Ryland
done when you've
Rubel
crossed the
done.
line. Ryland, you're done.
Sean Holloway done.
Sean Holloway, you're done.
Tony Hall done.
Tony Hall, you're
All
done. Just waiting on a
drivers are
finish from
finished.
Austin. And
Austin
all drivers
Rubin
are
done.
finished. Taking it down is going to be Austin Rubin on a reset with a 12-5-18. Sean Holloway in the 2. And Ryland Rubel rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out next is going to be race number 6. That is going to be Open Nitro Buggy. Got a lot of guys coming out for this one. I need all my marshals and maybe 2 more. Once again, drivers, I'm going to need all my marshals from last race and maybe 2 more out there. 2 more to help me out.
Jimmy Bennett. Ryan Noland. Seth Mr. Death Roulette. Johnny Buckner. Brannon Armitage. Justin Duggins. Levi Carter. Billy Massengill. Ken Ming. James Matty.
Right, how are we looking on marshals out there? We're actually looking pretty good right now, and everybody is checked in. All right, I'll give you guys a lap, and then I'll call you guys in. Give you guys a lap just to get warm. All right, drivers, let's start bringing them in. Let's start bringing them in. Start bringing them in. Start bringing them in, drivers. 30 seconds on the clock. 30 seconds on the clock. If you need fuel, bring them in. Bring them in. $20 seconds, drivers. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. And we're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our open nitro buggy. Looks like our open guys are going to lead us off. Got a bit of a mix going on. Got our sportsman guys, got our open guys. Make sure you spread yourself out. You know what to do. One thing I'm really impressed with today, everybody's spacing themselves out, not having early carnage. Makes for some good racing in the main. These 5-minute bursts are important. The TQ time to beat for our open class is going to be Ryan Noland. He's on a 13.514 right now for TQ time, but Ken looking to reset. He's on a 13.509. Ken shooting out of the gate. For our sportsman, it was Johnny Buckner on a 12.515. And I see, my goodness, top 5 all on a reset right now for Sportsman Nitro. This is going to be a good race for that top spot. How is everything going to sort out here? Trouble on the kicker. Trouble on the kicker. All clear. All clear. With 130 down, 330 left to go. In our open nitro buggy, it is Ryan Nolan to the top of the board, 13.505. Justin Duggins now on a 13.511. Ken Brisbane in the top 3. Taking a look back at our sportsman, it is all James Matty. Good enough for a reset. He's on a 13.518. Really good time from him right there. Seth Rowlett now in that number 2. He's on a 12.502. Billy Massengill in that 3 with a 12.505. Jimmy Bennett and Johnny Buckner rounding out your 4 and 5. With 210 down, 250 left to go. These qualifiers go by quick. Let's take a lap around with your leader, James Matty. I'll pick him up next time by. I believe he is in that blue and green, if I'm not mistaken. Should be crossing the line now. Yes, it is. That is your Sportsman Nitro Buggy leader in the blue and green, making his way over the double-double now. Almost getting it wrong, just getting a little bit short, but gets himself going once again. Making his way through the crossover.
2 minutes
Looks
left.
like Ryan Nolan's right behind him. That is your TQ setter for our open nitro buggy. Looking fast and racy today. The iconic pink wing. How about Billy Massengale, though? Only 1.5 back from James Maddie. Billy had a little bit of tough luck. He was trying to hold off a hard charging driver in, I believe, Truggy. But right now, he's on the top spot for Sportsman Nitro. Looking good right now. James Maddie just going to fall a little bit back. He's only 2/10 back for that top spot. Needs to find just a little bit of pace out there. But just like that, he's going to jump back to the
1
top
minute
of the
left.
board. How about Seth Rowlett now in the fight? Ran a 23.4, his hot lap of the race. 1 through 3, Billy, James, and Seth. It is 6/10 the gap right now. It is anybody's race for that top spot. They are all on a reset time, so that's the fight for the TQ spot in Sportsman Nitro. It is James Maddie this time through Seth now in the 2. Play nice out there. Play nice. Who is going to take it is the question. It is Seth Rowlett to the top of the board for Nitro Buggy. He's ahead by less than a 1/10.
1.
Can he hold on?
Ryan Noland done.
How about Johnny Buckner now in that fight? 1 through 4, only separated by 2 seconds. Ryan Nolan, you're the only one done. Everybody else is still live. Keep on going, drivers.
Billy Massengale done.
Seth, you're still live. Keep on going.
Ming done.
Jimmy, you're still live. Keep on
Johnny
going.
Buckner done.
You will be
Ryan
done when you
Armitage
cross the line.
James Maddie done. Seth Mr. Death Roulette done. Justin Duggins done.
Man, it was close at the line here. Just waiting on a finish from Jimmy Bennett. Last to finish.
All drivers are finished.
And all drivers are finished.
Jimmy
Taking it
Bennett
down
done.
in our open Nitro Buggy was Ryan Nolan with a 13.501. Good enough for a reset. Justin Duggins in the 2 and Ken in the 3. How about Billy Massengale going to take that top spot with a 12.510, just barely getting that reset over Seth and Johnny. Great battle 1 through 3
The
right
race is
there for
completed.
Sportsman. Coming out now is going to be race number 7, Sportsman E-Buggy. Going to be looking for Austin, David, Steve, Denson, Brandon, Levi, Alex, Addison, and Jimmy. Make sure I get all my marshals out there from last race.
Alex Keaton. Brandon Forst. David Higgins. Addison Keaton. Austin Rubin. Jimmy Bennett.
Just need a check from Steve Hobson, Denson, and Levi. And some of you guys were running Nitro. I'll give you guys a minute. No worries at all.
Steve Hobson.
All right, just waiting on a check from Denson and Levi. Once again, Levi, I'll go ahead and give you guys a minute. I know you guys were running Nitro. Just be careful on the straightaway. Straightaway still open. I don't want to see anybody getting hit. All right, let's have an all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Looks like Denson's coming across.
Denson Minton.
Levi, if you're out there, I need you to cross the line. Go ahead and give Levi the minute call. Give Levi the minute call. How we looking on Marshall's out there? Marshall's looking good. All right, minute on the clock. Minute on the clock. All right, looks like Levi is going to be out for this one. All right, drivers, TQ time to beat is Charles Malley with a 13.521. Let's spread yourself out. You're racing the clock, not each other. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go with our Sportsman e-buggy. Once again, got to give you guys some props. These starts have been clean. Sometimes you get a lot of people racing off the line, but it looks like everybody got the memo this race. Let's see how everything sorts out after these first few laps here. Trouble over the kicker. Trouble over that kicker section. All clear, all clear. Seems like that's going to be one of those make it or break it sections. I see a lot of people crashing over that secondary double, and then another spot is over the kicker. One behind you, one behind you. Billy, you all right over there? All right, he said he's all good. Just making sure. Saw the car last second come across. Right now it is 145 down, 315 left to go. It is Austin Rubin at the top of the board. He's on a 13.524. Needs only about 3 seconds to try to reset that TQ from round 1. Steal it away from Charles Malley. Steve Hobson in that too. He's on a 12.504. Gonna put him in a pretty good spot if he can hold on to that pace. Jimmy Bennett gonna find himself in that top 3. Taking a look ahead, I'm gonna need my drivers from Open eBuggy. You know who you are. Trouble in the double. Stay in, or I should say outside. All clear, all clear. Trouble in the double again. Trouble in that double. Looks like Austin's going to drop back just a little bit. He's on a 12.503 now. Trying to find himself back on a 13-lap pace. It is going to be a fight to try to make this A main today. Most likely going to take 10 and bump 2. It's going to be a 5-horse race, I believe, in our B
2
sort.
minutes left.
With only 2 minutes left to go. Hot lap of the race is going to go to Austin with a 23.9. Finds himself into the 23 club. Your running order, it is Austin, Steve, Jimmy, David, Brandon, Alex, Denson, and Addison. Here, Addison's got a rent-a-ride going on right now. Her buggy is out with, I believe they said Leadfinger Racing. getting some stuff done for some new bodies coming out. Pretty cool opportunity right there. With 4 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. It is Austin Rubin on a 13.523. If he can find 2 more seconds out there, he can try to reset this TQ. Put a lot of pressure on these guys in that next race. Does he have enough left in the tank? He's on a 5:22.4. He's coming through that double-double. Nothing but clean track ahead of him. Just got to string a few laps together. Chips off another 10th right there. Great line for your leader through that center section. Doing everything right now.
3, 2, 1.
He's going to sneak by for one more. Keep on going until the computer says you're done, drivers.
David Higgins done. Steve Hobson done. Addison Keaton done. Alex Keaton done.
You will be done when you cross the
Denson
line.
Hilton done. Austin Rubin done.
Was it good enough is the question. It was close. Just waiting on a finish from Jimmy and Brandon. 2 to finish, 2 to finish.
Brandon Forst done. All drivers are finished.
And all drivers finished. Taking it down is going to be Austin Rubin on a reset. He ran a 13.518. Solid time right there. Steve Hobson in the 2 on a 12.513. And Jimmy rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
Coming out now, it is going to be race number 8. Open e-buggy. Going to be looking for Brian Gerber, Billy, John, Hunter, Charles, Brandon, Ryan, Justin, Rylan Rubel, and
Rubel.
Colin.
Brian Gerber. John Shaw. Charles Maley. Brannon Armitage.
Good run right there, Austin. Not sure how you didn't clip that center section. You're about a millimeter away, but it was pretty impressive. You were close. I thought you were going to clip that pipe and roll right there. But as my drivers start to get checked in and my marshals start to make their way out now, we are looking good on marshals. Just need my drivers to check in, looking for a check from Billy, Hunter, and Colin. Hopefully Colin was able to get that ESC issue sorted out. Looks like Billy's making his way out now. All right, drivers, all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Got one dead in the middle, maybe? I'll go ahead and give you a minute. Looks like Tom's going to give us a little bit of help here. Colin, you going to be out for this one? All right. Said he's out for this one. All right, I'll go ahead and put a minute on the clock. Minute on the clock. Thank you guys once again for joining us for round number 6 our round 7 is going to be on. Let me give you an accurate date right here. It's going to be 2 weeks away. That is going to be May the 16th. So that's going to be our 7th race, and we're going to have one more, our finale race. That's going to be on June 6th. Hopefully a quick fix there. All right, says he's just going to replace his battery out, and we'll get him going. Making some good time today, nonetheless. Make sure I'll get him out there, as I know there's a close battle going on for that top spot. Don't want to count out one of our TQ contenders. And I'll keep saying it just as a reminder, if you guys are looking to attend the June 6th race, please sign up online. We're trying to get an idea of how much food we need. We want to make sure we got enough food for everybody. That comes included with your entry. So all you got to do is show up, enter a race, and guess what? We're going to have some good food cooking. Probably some burgers, fries, and some other good stuff. Got our raffles going down, even our podiums. Getting excited for that one. That's going to be a fun race. Taking a look back at our race, and looks like Billy's going to get himself checked in again. Tom is starting to get him out there. Taking a look over. All right, just putting the clips on. Make sure you guys back up just a little bit from the line. If you guys want to go behind that jump, I'm getting a double reading off of somebody. Cross him over the line.
Billy Massengill.
All right, all good, all good. All right, drivers, it's going to be a 5-minute race. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go. Ryan Nolan's going to lead the way here for our open e-buggy. TQ time to beat in our sportsman e-buggy division. We got quite a few fast sportsman guys in here. It was Austin Rubin on the reset, stealing it away from Charles Malley with a 13.518. Only a few seconds, but right now the track is gripped up quite a bit. Trouble over the kicker. Trouble over that kicker. You're clear. You're clear. There's still a couple sportsman guys in this race, so. Yeah, you're TQ right now. Yeah, current TQ is Austin Rubin in the sportsman e-buggy. He's on a 13.518, but we got a few guys looking to reset right now. Brian Gerber going to fly past. He's on a 13.513. How about Hunter Hayes now on a 519? Taking a look at our open e-buggy, it is Ryan Nolan showing us the way with a 14.512. Rubel with a 14.521. Trying to chase down Nolan. Those two are separated by only about a second on the clock. How about Justin Duggan's only a second back from those top two? With 1:30 down, 3:30 left to go. Trouble in the middle section. Trouble in the middle. Your leader right now in the sportsman e-buggy, it is Hunter Hayes. He's on a 13.521. Going to drop down just a little bit to a 523. Needs to find about maybe 4 seconds on the clock. Try to contend that TQ time. Trying to snag it away from Austin's time of a 518. We're 210 down, 250 left to go. How about Charles Malley joining the party, 13.522. Brandon Armridge, he's going to run a 24-1. It is a great battle right now, 1 through 4. Charles, Brandon, Hunter, and John Shaw. Always awesome to see some close battles in this sportsman. Man, it looks like Rubel right now is trying to hold off Noland. Those two right now pretty much battling for bragging rights as Noland right now is on a 14-5-17. Gonna almost go inside on him. Gonna let up just a little bit though. Playing it smart and conservative. How about Brandon Armridge now? He's on a 13-5-21. He's getting closer and closer to that TQ time. Charles Malley only 2/10 back from your leader. Charles Malley in a 5:19.5. With 1:30 left to go, he's got to find a second to try to secure that top spot. Who is it going to be? It's going to be a battle to the end right here. $22.9 from Charles Malley. He is now on a reset. He's on a 5:17.0. Let's take a lap around with your leader next time by with 4 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. John Shaw now moving on up to the 2. Brandon now in the 3. Your leader, Charles Malley, he is in that neon yellow, purple through the double-double. He goes over the rollers into that center section. Car looks pretty easy to drive so far as he makes his way over the crossover. Almost going a little bit wide on the kicker, but straightens himself out. Ryan Noland is behind him. That is your current TQ. 21-7 from Ryan Noland. Wow, somebody almost got clobbered through that center section. Saw one roll it right there. That was a little sketchy. Your leader, Charles, coming up on all sorts of traffic, but he's looking to reset TQ. He's on a 5:14 right now.
3,
If he can keep
2,
it wheels to the ground, he's
1.
looking pretty good. Everybody is still live. Keep on going, drivers.
Ripon Rylan Rubel done. John Shaw done. Brian
Keep
Gerber
on
done.
going, drivers.
Justin Duggins done. Ryan Nolan
Only
done.
one to finish is Billy.
Brandon Armitage done.
Last to finish. Everybody else
Arthur
is
Hayes done.
done.
Charles Malley done.
One car to finish.
All drivers are finished.
All drivers are finished.
Billy
Taking it
Massengill done.
down is going to be Charles Malley on a reset with a 13-5-13. John Shaw on the 2. And Brandon rounding out your top 3. Taking it down for open e-buggy was Ryan Noland with a 14-5-15. Good enough for a reset. Almost put a whole lap on his time. Justin in the 2 and Ryland rounding out your top 3.
The race is completed.
That is going to round out our qualifier number 2. Going to go ahead and get the main set up. If I could have members of my track maintenance crew start making their way out, we're going to blow off the track, put some water on it, and get you guys going. Just be aware, drivers, the open nitro buggy might be pushed a little bit sooner. I might have it in one of the first 3 races. I want to make sure that I have my marshals out there. I know we're going to have pit guys. We're going to have marshals. So as long as everybody's here, I know I have enough volunteers. I might run open nitro buggy a little earlier, so just be prepared for that. Just a reminder, drivers, we're shutting down the track right now just to blow it off, get some water out there. Do not look at the mains just yet. They are not finalized. I'll let you know when they are finalized. All right, drivers, mains are posted. Mains are posted. I did the absolute best I could. The only one that's overlapping is going to be Billy. Billy, you're overlapped with Nitro and E-Truggy. So just be aware of that. Make sure your E-Truggy is ready after your Nitro race. Make sure you guys take a look at the mains, as some of the races have been moved around quite a bit. I try to do my best to keep early races towards the start, but I want to make sure we get through our open Nitro buggy, as I'm going to need a lot of marshals, going to need a lot of help. We should have enough marshals from Open 4-Wheel Drive SCT. Might need 2 volunteers out there for that race, but I know there's going to be a lot of pit guys as well. Just a reminder, if you're pitting for someone and you're supposed to marshal that race, marshaling takes priority. I need you guys to find a volunteer if you plan on pitting. Once again, marshaling takes priority over pitting. But if you guys want to go ahead and check where you're at, we're going to aim for about, I want to say, a 2:15 start time. That gives us about 5 minutes. Let's start getting ready for our Sportsman E-Buggy B main. That's going to be Brandon, Denson, Addison, Alex, and Levi. Going to take top two bump out of that race into the Sportsman A main. All right, drivers, gave you an extra minute or two. Let's start getting our drivers out for our Sportsman E-Buggy B-Main. Going to be looking for Brandon, Denson, Addison, Alex, and Levi. Gonna need my marshals from Sportsman E-Buggy A-Main. That's gonna be Charles, Austin, John, Brandon, Brian, Billy, Hunter, Steve, Jimmy, and David. If you guys don't get the chance to marshal, make sure you help me out in the upcoming races. There's a few races I'm gonna need some help. As my B main drivers start to make their way out there. Once again, that's going to be Brandon, Denton, Addison, Alex, and Levi. Let's start making our way out there. Going to need my marshals from race number 9. That's going to be our Sportsman E-Buggy A main.
Alrighty, looks like we got our drivers making their way to the track here. Race number 1, Sportsman E-Buggy B-Main, looking to make it to the show. We're going to take 2 to the show. For marshals, I'm going to need the racers for Sportsman E Buggy A Main, Charles, Austin, John, Brandon, Brian, Billy, Hunter, Steve, Jimmy, and David. I don't need all 10 of you. I need about 7 of you. Again, my racers from race number 9. You guys are my marshals. Looks like we got marshals making their way out to the track. Careful in the back section. Looks like we got one upside down over the step up, step down.
Addison Keaton. Alex Keaton.
Still looking for a couple marshals out here. Need one at the beginning of the straight. Careful at the end of the straight. You got a car upside down.
Denson Minton.
Just need one more in the middle. One more marshal to the middle. All right, I see him coming. All right. Looks like we got all our marshals. Just looking for a check from Levi. Levi Carter, are you still here, bud? He is out. I'm getting word he is out. All right, so it's going to be Brandon on the number 1, Denson on the number 2, Addison on the 3, and Alex on the 4. Going to have a little brother-sisterly love in this run. Just because you beat each other up at home don't mean you have to do it at the racetrack. All right, everybody's situated where they want to be. Looks good. Lineup looks good. Marshals look good. Remember, drivers, this is an 8-minute race. The race is not won in the first corner. You got 8 minutes. Take your time. Make some clean passes out there, and most importantly, have fun. 8 minutes on the tone. Everybody's going to go. And they're off. Looks like a pretty clean start so far. There we go. 1, 2, and 3. 4 is right there, right behind him. Alex has a fast car. He's just looking to settle in. Keep that throttle smooth, buddy. Leader having a little trouble. Gets it upside down. He's back on all 4. Oh, trouble again. After the doubles. All clear. Looks like Denson's starting to stretch it out. He's on a 19.817. Brandon's on an 18.818. Addie's on an 18.825. She's right there in tow. Don't count on Alex. He can set that fast lap. Just got to run smooth and consistent. Oh, trouble for your leader. Brandon's going to take it back over at the stripe. 1 and 2 down the straightaway, coming through the center doubles in the second center. Your leader having trouble after the doubles. He is upside down. Denson gets on by. We are 2:20 in, 5:30 to go. We still got Denson up top on an 18-8-13. Brandon on an 18-8-24. Addie on an 18-8-14. Alex on a 17-8-24. Nobody is out of this race. They are still close. Looks like Alex lost all power. One and two battling it out, coming down on the straightaway now. Brandon's car just looks a little bit loose in the back. Don't count out Addison yet. She is there. She smells blood in the water. 1 and 2 are not going far away. We are almost at that halfway point. We still have Denson up top on an 18-8-13. Brandon on an 18-8-19. Addie on an 17-8-10. Oh, your leader having trouble over that double section. Tightening things back up again for that 1 and 2. Brandon making a little bobble behind her. Here comes Addie. She's 2 corners back. Addie's digging hard. She's looking for that bump to the show. She's just looking to keep it smooth and consistent in the center of the track. She's not far behind. 1 and 2 get tangled over the doubles. Fast lap of the race right now goes to Addie with a 24-6. Things are starting to heat up for that second bump stop now. Addie is closing in on the backside of Denson, separated by less than a half a straightaway. Coming through that double section in the center, under the crossover. That is your second bump position right there. Things are really tightening up now for that second spot. Separated by less than a second. Oh, Addie makes the inside pass, gives him a little bump, courtesy, gives it back.
Two minutes left.
2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. Now is your time to make your moves. Brandon's at this point has just put it in cruise control, looking to just keep it smooth and steady in the center of the track and make no mistakes. That battle for second place for that second bump position is still there. Difference that time by the stripe is 4 seconds. Denson making a little headway there, stretches it out to 5. 1 minute remaining, 1 minute remaining. Keep them going, keep them going.
One minute left.
Denson has caught Brandon for the lead. Denson makes a pass on him. Decides to roll over the crossover. 15 seconds remaining. They'll make it by for one more. Denson to the point. Got a 2-second gap.
3, 2, 1.
Brandon right there in tow, looking to make the moves. Catches the pipe coming through the crossover, looking for that tight line. Makes it a little too
Addison
tight.
Keaton done. Denson Minton done.
And
All
at the
drivers are
stripe,
finished.
Jensen taking it
Brandon
down.
Force done.
Brandon 2, Addy 3. Denson and Brandon, you guys will be in race number 9.
The race is completed.
That's good because I got a pit for Ryan. All right, race number 2, Spec Slash. We're going to take a quick break after race number 5. After race 5, Nitro, we're going to take a quick break to give a quick little blow of the track. Careful in that crossover section. Race number 2, Spec Slash, going to be looking for Tony Hall, Colton, and Justin Mertz.
Colton Saylor. Tony Hall.
This is going to be an 8-minute race. All right. We're getting the all clear. We got all our marshals. We got butts on buckets. Thank you for coming out, hustling out. All right. Let's get them lined up. Give Tony and Justin a second here to come back down a straight. Straightaway is closed. Straightaway is closed. Roll it down the straight. Roll it down the straight. All right. We got Tony on the 1, Colton on the 2, Justin on the 3. All righty, drivers. 8 minutes in this Traxxas slash Spec A main. 8 minutes. Get ready for the poise. Have fun. 8 minutes on the tone. Tony Hall putting the pedal to the metal, breaking out early. Not looking back. He's not giving Colton a chance here. He's looking to build that lead early and hold it long and strong to the end. Oh, and there goes Colton just like that. Oh, Colton is upside down. Oh, but he manages back to get up back on all 4 wheels. Got a drag race down a straightaway. Looks like Colton's got a little horsepower under the hood over Tony, but Tony's holding him off. There's your 1 and 2 coming through the bumps in the center. I can't even say double-double. They roll them. Colton's still fast. Fast on the tails of Tony here. Tony jumps it down. Colton rolls it and takes off down the hill. Looking for a little bit of extra momentum up over the back. Here they come again down the straightaway. Both to the outside. Oh, Colton gets a little loose. Gets out into that fluffy stuff. Tony Hall still showing him the way. Tony Hall keeping it in the middle of the track. That's the most important thing. In the middle and on all 4. Tony is running for his life out there. Oh, Colton makes a little mistake. Gets a little help from the marshal. That's going to give Tony Hall a little bit of breathing room. Difference of 5 seconds. The gap is 5 seconds. Oh, Colton upside down. Still plenty of time, but you still got 6 minutes. Fast lap of the race goes to Tony Hall, 33.3. Colton Sailor's fast lap's a 36.9. Justin's a 44. Tony Hall looking to stretch out that lead. Still got 5.5 minutes to go. Anything can happen. Tony Hall coming now up on the back of Justin. It's a drag race down the straightaway. They both look pretty even. Oh, Tony Hall making a little mistake there. That's going to allow Colton to make a little of that ground back up. Justin doing the courteous thing, going a little wide there, letting the leader, giving him room. Meanwhile, Colton Sailor is just sitting there in the weeds, waiting to pounce. We are just past that halfway point. We still have Tony Hall on a 14.807. Colton Sailor's on an 8.14.831. Justin's on a 12.8 and a quarter. Slow roll on 2 wheels for Colton. Back on all fours. Still 3.5 minutes to make some ground. Let's see if Colton has enough left in that slash to push the charge. Looks like Colton at this point is overdriving. Can we get a little help for Colton up on the crossover there? He's hung up again. That's all right, Colton. Deep breath, buddy. Deep breath. Colton having a tough time on this lap. That's going to put Justin up into that number 2 spot.
Two minutes left.
Still got 2 minutes. Still got 2 minutes. Colton gets a little luck from the RC gods there. Gives him a little help into the back.
1 minute
Puts him
left.
back on all four. Colton making that charge back up to that number 2 spot. He's only 11 seconds back, which is plenty of time. Still got 20 seconds remaining in this one. Still have Tony Hall up in front on a 14.806. Justin's on a 12.808. Colton's on a 12.823. Looking to close in. Might be a little bit too little too late for Colton. He's still pushing though.
3, 2, 1. Justin Mertz done. Tony Hall done.
Still got one live truck out there. Oh, he needs a little. Oh, he's back on all fours.
All drivers are finished. Colton Saylor done.
All right, taking it down is Tony Hall with a 14.807. Justin in 2 with a 12.806. Colton in 3rd with a 12.827.
The race is completed.
Have you guys get out there in a Marshall. Race number 3, junior novice, looking for Lenny and Griffin. Going to need a little help in the volunteer marshal department as well. I see Brian out there. Thank you very much. Tony Hall's already checking his lap times down in the corner. Thank you. All right. Looks like I got my racers out on the track. Just looking for a couple more volunteer marshals and we can get this one on the go.
Griffin Mertz.
Just need a couple more volunteers and we can get the show on the road here. Letty and Griffin, you guys are both checked. Just need a couple volunteers and we can get this one underway. Looks like Jacob's going to go out there, take a bucket. And it looks like Mr. Keaton's going to take a bucket. All right, we are good. Let's get them all lined up. It's going to be Lenny on the number 1 and Griffin on the number 2. All righty, gentlemen. James Keaton, I don't know if I trust my phone there. All righty, drivers, we got 8 minutes on the tone. And they're off. Oh, Lenny getting a little squirrely right off the start. Giving Griffin the heads away. Oh, Lenny comes back doing a double. No problem. Says the check's in the mail. Oh, Lenny gets a little squirrely. Marshall all over it. Still got plenty of time. This run just started. Oh, Lenny gave him the old Whirl Star. Whirl Star whip right there over the stairs. Let things get sorted out here. Tell you guys where you're at. Lenny going for a little tumble, getting it back on all fours. Looks like both getting a little help in the Marshall department there. Again, this is race number 3. Race number 4 is going to be your four-wheel drive short course open. Lenny getting hung up under the pipe there. Lenny's fast lap of the race is a 27.7. Keep it smooth, Lenny. Keep it smooth, buddy. James Keaton in a full-out sprint for Griffin, getting him back on the wheels. They may not be battling on the clock, but they are battling on the track. That is them coming through the middle. Oh, Lenny gives him a little pit maneuver. Lenny coming fast and furious down a straightaway. He's on a 15, 8, 11. Griffin's on a 12, 8 flat. Not really much to talk about with this one. They're pretty spread out on the track, running their own race. Griffin just sets his new fast lap of the race with a 35.9 that time by. He can rep up a couple more of those. He'll be right back in this one. Leader having a little trouble coming onto the straight. He's back on all four. Leader having a little trouble, gets hung up, gets some help from the marshals. He's back on the wheels, back off and running. Just a little over 3 minutes remaining in this one. We still have Lenny out on top on a on an 18.803. Griffin's on a 12.803. Hey, Ken.
No, not on the screen.
Oh, on the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says it on the bottom. On the screen, if you look at the screen out there, it'll say your fast lap over here on the side.
No, you can't see that. That's a lot.
No, right where it says,
2 minutes left.
You heard the lady. 2 minutes remaining. We still got Lenny out top. Now bumping it up to a 16.826. Griffin's on a 12.808. One minute remaining in this one. 1 minute remaining.
Left.
Leader caught on the pipe. Marshals are on their way. Back on his wheels. Oh, James Keaton gives him the old whoopsie doopsie. Here you go. Back on the wheels. I already see some of my drivers from four-wheel drive SCT Open getting ready to do battle for race number 4.
Three, two, one. Griffin Mertz done.
Griffin, you are complete. We're just waiting for Lenny. Lenny's the last one going to finish it out here. Here he comes now, coming onto the straight. That
All
is
drivers
your
are
race.
finished.
Taking it
Lenny
down, Lenny
Roulette done.
Roulette with a 16.828. Griffin in 2 with a 12.813. Andrew Bishop to the booth.
The race is completed. Austin Rubin. Ripon Rylan Rubel. Sean Holloway. David Higgins.
All right, I need my podium finishers from Spec Slash. That is going to be Tony Hall, Justin Mertz, and Colton Saylor. Edit, Tony Hall is in this race, so we'll do it after this race. All right, just waiting for a check from Tony Hall. Tom Bishop's going to help us out, marshal the start of the straightaway.
Tony Hall.
All right, drivers, we're looking pretty good on marshals. Let's start getting them lined up. We're going to need Austin Rubin on the 1 spot, Sean Holloway in the 2, Rylan Rubel in the 3, David Higgins in the 4, and Tony Hall in that 5 spot. How are we looking down there, Tom? All right, looking all good, looking all good. All right, looks like everybody's lined up, finding their happy spot. Gonna let Tom get in that end of the straightaway. Should be all good on marshals. All right, drivers, gonna be an 8-minute race. Let's take it easy. Gonna be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our open 4 drive SCTA main. Your TQ setter, Austin Rubin, getting it wrong early on. Already trying to throw away the race early, but still plenty of time, so no problem there. Sean Holloway, though, going to find himself in that 1 spot. Rylan Rubel now in that 2. Rocking that iconic orange look into the inside. Nose is off away, though. 1 and 2, the battle is on down the straightaway. Sean Holloway rocking the gray and purple. That is your leader through that center section now. Good battle going on. Rylan going to sneak on by. Looks like Sean got just a little loose. Tried to catch up. Somehow Austin sneaks through as well. So the battle is on now. The ongoing rumor right now is Rylan may be on a little bit of a rent-a-ride. Austin said if he beats him in this race that he's going to take all the shock fluid out for his main race for the e-buggy. Either way, though, the running order is Rylan in the 1, Austin in that 2, Sean Holloway in the 3, David Higgins in the 4, and Tony Hall rounding out your top 5. Tony Hall, fresh off of a win in Spec Slash. Had a good battle going with Colton. Made a few mistakes and pretty much got breathing room and tried to walk away with it. But the points battle is still on nonetheless. Gonna see how it sorts out after this one. Austin just barely making it by Tony right there. That got a little scary coming through that little kicker jump. I believe right now Rylan is in a Techno SCT, if I'm not mistaken. Looking pretty good. Austin also in that Techno as well. With 2:45 down, 5:15 left to go, it is Rylan Rubel. He's on a 28:10 hot lap of the race, 23:7. That's a pretty fast time for truck. Tell you what, even for that being a truck, that thing looks dialed out there. Got lots of grip, lands well. Actually looks pretty easy to drive too. I think our 2 fast drivers in 4-wheel drive SCT this series has mainly been early on. I think it was Chad Cup and trying to think of the other name here. I think Ryan Noland as well has always been a contender in the four-wheel drive SCT. It was good to see a good turnout from those guys early on into the series. Taking a look at our points, so let's see who's actually in the lead for our point series. It is actually Tony Hall. Tony Hall right now is leading our four-wheel drive SCT. With 4:15 down, 3:45 left to go. How about Sean Holloway with a 24.9? Talking about Tony, he's now into the 29 club. Rylan getting it wrong. Austin starting to close the gap little by little here. Rylan getting stuck, but he marshals himself. Every mistake that happens, Austin's just starting to close the gap. Still got a bit of a gap on track, but that was a long lap right there with 30.2. What does Austin follow this up with? Follows it up with a 27.4, so makes up about 3 seconds that lap. Rylan almost getting it wrong through the same section. Luckily, lands wheels down. How about a 23.2 from Austin? Looking pretty racy right now, trying to close the gap on a hard charging Rubel. Just a reminder, coming out next, it is going to be Open Nitro Buggy. Make sure we let these guys finish before we get them started. Just a reminder, marshalling takes priority over pitting.
2 minutes left.
With only 2 minutes left to go, 2 minutes left to go. Your running order, it is Rylan in the 1, Austin in the 2, Sean Holloway in the 3, David in that 4 spot, and Tony Hall rounding out your top 5. Rylan trying to make sure he's got a buggy to run for the main, I hear. Pulling it out early. That should allow Austin Rubin to sneak up into that top spot now. Austin looking to secure some
1
good
minute
points
left.
out of this race. He was your TQ setter, and right now he's to the top of the board. Looks like Sean Holloway now is going to sneak in on the number 2. David Higgins now looking to make up that top 3. Let's see how everything sorts out here.
Three, 2, 1. Austin Rubin done.
Austin
Tony Hall
going to come
done.
across the line.
All drivers are finished. Sean Holloway done.
And all drivers are finished. All drivers are finished. Taking it down is going to be Austin Rubin in that 1, Sean Holloway in the 2, Rylan taking home that number 3 spot.
The race is completed.
Coming out now is going to be Open Nitro Buggy A main. Once again, I need all my marshals from last race and maybe 2 more. I need all my marshals from last race. That is going to be Austin, Sean, Ryland, David, and Tony.
Jimmy Bennett.
I'm going to need 2 volunteers out there as well. 2 volunteer marshals.
Brannon Armitage. Justin Duggins. Johnny Buckner. Ryan Noland. Billy Massengill. Seth Mr. Death Roulette. James Maddie.
I need all my marshals from last race and 2 more. I need 2 more marshals. That is going to be Tony, David, Ryland, Sean, and Austin. Looks like he needs 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Austin, are you out there? All right. Looks like we got one of those spots covered. Out. All right. Rylan, are you out there? I'm also going to need 2 volunteers. Need 2 volunteers. You're going to help me out, Marshall, and thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. You are the man. Big shout out to Ken. Believe the channel name is Down and Quiet. Is that correct? All right. I need 1 volunteer. 1 volunteer. Also need a check from Levi Carter. Levi Carter, if you're out there, need a check. Rylan Rubel. Rylan Rubel. I need you out to Marshall. Rylan Rubel. All right, let's start bringing them in. Hold them on pit lane. Let's bring them in. Bring them into pit lane. Hold them on pit lane. I need 1 volunteer. 1 volunteer to make it happen. Tim is going to go out there and help me. You are the man. Thank you very much. To the Brisbanes, thank you guys very much. Even in this race, they're helping us out, Marshall. All right, your running order is going to be Ryan Noland on the 1, Justin Duggins in the 2. Let's bump everybody up a spot as Ken is out. So it's going to be Billy Massengill in the 3, Seth Roulette in the 4, Johnny Buckner in the 5, James Maddie in the 6, Jimmy Bennett in the 7, and Brandon hopefully I pronounce this right, Armitage in the 8. All right, we're looking good, looking good. Austin's going to jump to that middle cone. It's going to be a 15-minute race. All right, drivers, let's start fueling them up, fueling them up, fueling them up. Who are we missing on the number 5? I see an empty spot on number 5. All right, everybody's looking pretty happy with that. All right, fuel them up, fuel them up, fuel them up, fuel them up. Ring them out, ring them out, ring them out, ring them out. Down and quiet. All right, here we go. Austin, if you want to jump to that middle cone, need one on that middle cone. Austin Rubin, I need you out on that middle cone. All right, let's see how everything sorts out here. With 1:15 down, 13:45 left to go in our open nitro buggy. The battle is on between Ryan Nolan and Justin Duggins. Justin's been looking pretty good. He's been getting faster as the day goes along. He's putting on a pretty good show here with Ryan Nolan. Taking a look back at our Sportsman Nitro Buggy. It is all Johnny Buckner. The battle rage is on 1 through 6. You can throw a blanket over him coming through that center section now. Pretty good race going down with 2 minutes down, 13 minutes left to go. Little trouble in that middle section. Gonna get himself all squared away. How about Billy Massengill to the point? Seth Rowlett now finds himself in the 2. Brandon in the 3. James in the 4. Johnny now down to the 5. And Jimmy rounding out your top 6. Great battle going on for this Sportsman. Still an awesome battle going on between Ryan Nolan and Justin Duggins. Traffic's definitely going to probably play a role between these two. Justin, I believe, joining us all the way from, I want to say he said Turn and Burn Raceway. Said he's got some pretty fast members up that way, and he's showing us how to get it done right now. Rocking a pretty sweet paint scheme, too. That is your orange, blue, and white. Your leader, Ryan Nolan, is in his iconic, I like to say, hot pink wing over on the right side of the track now. Taking a look back at our Sportsman Nitro, it is all Billy Massengill. He's on a 35, 15:02. Ripping off some heaters, starting to build a little bit of a gap on this Sportsman crowd, but don't count out Seth Rowlett. He's rocking the all-clear pink wing. Taking some tips from Ryan Nolan. Nolan was telling him that the pink wing is the way to go. With 4:15 down, 10:45 left to go. Trouble in the middle, trouble in that middle section. That was Billy Massengale. Seth Rowlett now going to find himself in that top spot. He's going to let Ryan Nolan sneak through. Just as I say that, gave him a little bit of a curse. Going to sneak right back by. Billy's going to secure himself that top spot once again. But 1 and 2 starting to stretch the lead a little bit. Billy getting it wrong. Seth with the jump pass. Going to make it happen. That battle rages on for your Sportsman Nitro buggy. 1 and 2 over on the left side. Seth getting it all sorts of wrong. Marshall getting him figured out. Squared away once again, but Billy with all sorts of breathing room now. Still a long race ahead of us nonetheless. It is 5:30 down, 9:30 left to go. Coming out next is going to be your open E-Truggy A main. You know who you are. Oh no, looks like Ryan might be out early. Not what we want to see. Justin's going to sneak by next time through. See if we can get him going once again. Your running order for Sportsman, it is Billy in the top spot, Seth in that 2, Brandon in the 3, Johnny Buckner in the 4, and Jimmy Bennett in the 5, and James Manny rounding out your top 6. 6:16 down, 8:45 left to go. It is time to start thinking about pit stops. Do you want to come in early is the question, or do you try to stay out there as long as you can, make up some track position? One I'm going to keep my eye on is Johnny Buckner. He's starting to find some pace late into this race. He's not far back from 1 and 2, only about 10 seconds back, but still plenty of racing left. Anything can happen here. Your battle for 3, 4, and 5 is on through the double-double section. One spot that's been brutal all day long has been that kicker over by that A main sign. Justin Duggan's pretty much racing a race of his own at this point. Doing everything right. He's on a 36-15 flat. Billy Massengale into the pits now. Tom gets him fueled up and going. That was our leader for Sportsman Nitro. Seth is going to sneak on by, but I believe he still needs to come in for fuel. Taking a look at our pit lane cam. It is starting to get busy in there. In and out they go. Here comes another one into that pit lane. Another one back underway. Taking a look back at our track cam. It is showing Seth to the top of the board, but I believe Seth still needs a pit stop. Seth trying to build a little bit of a gap before he goes in for fuel. He is coming in now. This is your leader, Billy, going to sneak on by. Addison on the fuel, sends him back out. Stuck at the end of pit lane, All clear, all clear. Let's see how everything sorts out here with Billy Massengale. He was on a 13-15-20. Seth was right there. Had to come in for fuel. He's back by. He's about 10 seconds back from Billy. Believe at this point, everybody's pretty much got their fuel stops with 9 minutes down and 5:50 left to go. Bit of trouble over the kick up. Bit of trouble over that kick up section. Looks like Johnny Buckner had a body clip issue up on the front of his car. But he's still rocking around the track right now. He finds himself in that 3. How about Seth Rowlett with a 23.9? Starting to find some pace, locking in, trying to close the gap on Billy Massengale. Your leader, Billy, getting it wrong. Here comes Seth. The gap last time by was 10 seconds. What is it across the line? It is only 2.7. Made up a good chunk of time right there. The battle is now raging on for that 1 and 2. Good to see Ryan Nolan back out on the track behind Justin. Your running order, it is all Billy in the top spot, Seth in the 2, Johnny Buckner in that 3, Jimmy Bennett in the 4, Brandon in the 5, and James rounding out your top 6. Jimmy going to sneak on by. Good battle for the number 3 spot right now. Jimmy looks like he takes the inside line. I'm going to keep an eye, though, on this 1 and 2 battle. Billy getting a little loose. Just a reminder, once again, drivers, we're going to blow off the track after race number 5. Just a quick little blow off for dust. So choose tires accordingly. It should take no more than 2 or 3 minutes to blow it off. Here we go. This battle is on through the double-double section. It is less than a second on the board right now. Seth in that all-clear pink wing. Billy right in front. He's the gray and purple. Over the crossover they go. Ripping off a 22.8 for Billy. How about a 24.2 for Seth? Billy starting to stretch that gap, but he gets it just a little bit wrong. Luckily lands wheels down. Shorts it. Seth has blood in the water right now as he comes over that kicker. Good lap for Seth right here. It's a 24.8 for Billy. How about a 23.6 for Seth, his hot lap of the race? Billy going flying across. Marshall getting him going once again. Seth now finds himself in that top spot. Over the crossover he goes. Gets it wrong over the kicker once again. Marshall going to keep him out in front. Billy getting it wrong in the same spot. Seth stuck in the right side. Tough lock there from Seth. Looks like something may have locked up in the steering. He found himself out in front of Billy, got one section wrong, and it locked up on him. Where is that going to sort everything? With 13 down, 2 minutes left to go. Time is ticking away. Going to change some things up now. One coming in for fuel. That was Billy Massengale just playing it safe. Probably the fastest pit stop of the day right there. Splash and go. The gap was 10 seconds from Brandon Armitage. Let's see what it is across the line. Question is, did he have that time to go into the pits like that? Here comes Billy. I believe Brandon is right behind him. Brandon getting a little bit wrong through the rollers. About 7.3 back from your leader with 1 minute left to go.
1 minute left.
Billy trying to keep it on all fours. It is 2 corners, separates 1 and 2. Brandon needs 1, maybe 2 good heater laps right here to try to catch your leader. Billy is in that purple and gray. Taking a look back at our open nitro, it is still Justin Duggins doing everything right. He's on a 36-15-01, pretty much checked out at this point. Ryan Nolan with an early flame out. Looks like they're going to go for one more lap. Here we go. They're separated by about a straightaway. Brandon hoping for any sort of mistakes out of Billy right now. But Billy trying to do everything right. Coming through the roller section.
2.
Over the crossover he goes.
Johnny Buckner done.
Keeping it really safe.
Jimmy Bennett done. Billy Massengill done.
And that is time, drivers. That is time. Billy, you are done.
Brandon Armitage done.
Brandon, you're done. Man, it was a close battle all the way to the end right there. Got a little close at the end.
James Matty done.
James,
All
you're done.
drivers are finished.
Justin, you're done.
Justin
Taking it
Duggins
down
done.
is going to be Justin Duggins in the open nitro buggy, pretty much checking out early on. They had a good battle between those two, between Ryan and Justin. Had a 21-8 on last lap. Good one right there. Taking a look back at our Sportsman Nitro, it was all Billy Massengill in the 1, Brandon in that 2, and James Matty rounding out your
The
top
race is
3.
completed.
Coming out next is going to be Open E-Truggy A Main. Going to be looking for Brian, Billy, Steve, Colton, Brandon, Rylan, and Charles Malley. Tom Bishop, you want to head over to podiums? All right, Tom's going to help me out at podiums. If I could get some of my drivers over for podiums, I am going to need Tony Hall, Justin Mertz, and looks like Colton's in this race, so we can't do Spec Slash. How about Lennon Rowlett and Griffin Mertz if you guys want to head over to podiums for Junior Novice?
Ripon Rylan Rubel.
Man, it is tough to try to get
Colton
people over
Saylor.
for podiums. Everybody's pretty much racing 2 or 3 classes today. Might just do our best.
Charles Maley.
Try to get 1 or 2 podiums in and save them towards the end. We only have 2 more races after this. Excuse me, I take that back. We have 3 more races after this. We've got Open Nitro Truggy, Open E-Buggy,
Steve
and
Hobson.
Sportsman E-Buggy. Some good races coming up. All right, just looking for a check from Brandon Forst and Billy. Give you guys a minute, as I know some of you guys were in that last race. Give you 1 more lap if you want, Billy. I know the power band's a little different.
Brandon Forst. Billy Massengill.
All right, Billy's going to go for 1 more. All right, outside of that, let's start getting them lined up. It's going to be it's going to be Rylan Rubel in the 1, Charles Malley in the 2 for our Open E-Truggy. Taking a look back at our Sportsman is going to be Brian Gerber in the 3, Billy Massengill in that 4, Steve Hobson in the 5, Colton Saylor in the 6, and Brandon Forst. It's going to be number 7. Going to need a marshal over on that right side. Should have had plenty of marshals from last race. My drivers from last race, it was Justin. Billy's in this race. Ryan, Brandon, Ken, James, Jimmy, Johnny, Seth, and Levi. If you heard your name and you're not out there, I need you out to marshal. All right, looks like we got one. Thank you very much, sir. Everybody's lined up, found their spots. All right, drivers, it's going to be a 10-minute race. Let's take it easy. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our E-Truggy. And Steve Hobson making the moves early on. Just finds a gap on the inside, and just like that, he finds himself to the top spot for Sportsman. Should be a pretty good battle between Rylan and Charles. Those two have been real solid drivers all day long. Rylan in the Sparko. Looks like Billy getting it a little bit wrong at the end. Steve Hobson going to sneak on by to that top spot now. How about Brian Gerber now in that too? Ryland getting it wrong. Charles looking to the inside. They go side by side. Ryland trying to get the grip out, but just can't make it happen. Charles going to now find himself in that number 1 spot. Steve Hobson right now making his way over through that crossover section. Doing everything right. That truck is looking racy. Starting to get a little bit of breathing room from Billy, but don't count him out. It is a long race with 1:30 down, 8:30 left to go. Looks like a bit of a long lap there from Charles. Ryland going to sneak on by. Miss what happened there. Not sure if he got caught up, made a mistake or what. Your leader, Steve, getting it wrong, but gets himself wheels down. Charles behind him right now, trying to hunt down Ryland. Got to make a little jump pass happen that right there. That was pretty sweet. Your running order is Ryland Rubel in the 1, Charles Malley in that 2. Those two separated by about 7 seconds on the clock. Taking a look back at our sportsman, it is all Steve Hobson on top of the board. Our vice president here at ROCCK, rocking a 25:10:01 pace. He's got about a 6-second gap on Billy. Brian Gerber, though, in number 3, only about a second back from Billy. Steve's hoping 2 and 3 battle it out. Maybe even tangle with each other so he can just get even more breathing room. He's got maybe 2 straightaways away from these two. Let's see if these two can work together to try to hunt down Hobson. Billy Massengill, though, fresh off of a win in that Sportsman Nitro buggy. It can be tricky going from a power band of a Nitro to an E-Truck. They feel way different. You might see Billy start to settle in later into this race with 3:30 down, 6:30 left to go. The gap last time by was 6.4 from Steve and Brian. What is it this time by? It's 4.9. How about a 22.7 from Brian? He's starting to close that gap little by little. Looks like your 2 and 3 are starting to work together, giving each other a little bit of space, trying to hunt down your leader of Steve Hobson. Steve rocking that blue orange stripe down the middle. Over the double section he goes. It was 2 straightaways. Now it's 1. We are 4:30 down, 5:30 left to go. We are almost at that halfway point. Brian starting to close the gap. It is a couple tenths every lap, but that's all he needs. Brian Gerber going to get on by. Looked away for half a second. What happened there to Steve? Right now, the battle is on, though, between 1 and 2, Brian and Billy. They are 1.8 separated from each other. Tough luck there for Steve Hobson. He was looking good. Brian was starting to reel in just a little bit, but the battle was going to be on. looked away, came back, and Steve is out. How about Brandon Forso running a 23-8, finding himself in that 23 club? Let's take a look at this battle. It is now Billy Massengill to the top of the board. That is your purple and gray through the center section. Brian Gerber in that too. I believe Brian Gerber is that gray wing. Let me double check and make sure as he comes across the line here. It was 1.2. Now the gap is 1.4. Right now it is anybody's race. Through the center section they go. That is your 1 and 2. If they come up on you, give them a little bit of room. Colin's going to let Billy on by. That is number 2 right behind you. Thank you very much. Nice courteous driving. So the battle is on here. Through the center section they go. With 6:45 down, 3:15 left to go. Brian getting it a little bit wrong. Ryland's going to sneak on by. Hopefully Brian can just pretty much trail along with Ryland. Brian can just kind of trail Ryland here. Hopefully try to close the gap on Billy. Taking a look back at our open E-Truck. It is all Ryland Rubel doing everything right. He's pretty much checking out at this point from Charles. Got about a 25-second gap. Almost a full lap right there. Trouble in that middle. It is maybe a straightaway at best. Ryland's going to get on by. That battle starting to heat up for 1 and 2 once again. It is maybe 2 corners. Looks like every once in a while, Billy comes in just a little hot. Gets a little swirly. How about Billy Massengill with a 22.6? Brian's right there. He's only 2.6 back from your leader. Billy Massengill getting it wrong. Looks like Brian got caught up with Colton. That was that time he desperately needed right there. With 9 minutes down, 1 minute left to go.
1 minute left.
We only got 40 seconds left. It was 2.3 at the line. Now it's 2.1. Brian Gerber starting to close that gap. They might go for 2 more. Here we go through that center sections. Brian Gerber's got to push that thing for everything it's got. Looks like he's making up a little bit of time right now. Billy almost getting it wrong. Brian Gerber gets it clean. Through the rollers they go. Down the straightaway, 1 and 2. The battle is on to the line. They are not going to make it for 1 more, so this is for that top spot right now. Brian Gerber in that all white. Nice tight line.
3.
All over the back of Billy.
1.
Great line right there from Brian. Sending it. Almost making it happen. Billy hold them off. And it is going to be Billy hanging on right at the end. Good battle. Those two separated by only 0.15 on the clock. Looked like Brian had the line. Tried to shoot it hard into that double.
Rip and Ryland Rubel done.
Great battle right there to the end.
The race is completed.
Taking it down in our open E-Truck use Ryland Rubel. with a 27-10-21. Charles Malley going to come home in that number 2. Billy, though, going to hold on strong by only 2/10 at best. Going to hold it from Brian. How about a 22-1 from Brian on the last lap? That's a heater. Brandon Forrest coming home in that number 3. All right, going to need all my marshals from last race. Going to be looking for Tim Brisbane, John Shaw, and Seth Rowlett. Going to need one marshal on that center cone, one marshal on that center cone.
John Shaw.
Thank you very much, sir. That should be the last spot, and we'll have our marshals filled out.
Seth Mr. Death Roulette. Tim Brisbane.
All right, next time by, bring him in, bring him in. Next time by. Thank you to all my marshals getting out there quick. Keeps the program moving right along. All right, bring him in, bring him in, bring him in. All right, your running order, it is going to be Tim Brisbane in that 1 spot, John Shaw in the 2, and Seth Rowlett rounding out your top 3. As these guys are starting to make their way out now. Once again, just a reminder, we are doing podiums at the end. We're just going to hold them all to the end. We only have 2 more races after this. Looks like everybody's getting ready here. Getting that fuel all set. All right, drivers, let's fuel them up, fuel them up, fuel them up, fuel them up. Ring them out, ring them out, ring them out, ring them out. Down and quiet. Restart, restart. All right, let's try that again. Let's try that again. All right, fuel them up, fuel them up, fuel them up, fuel them up. Give him a minute. All right, ring them out, ring them out, ring them out. Down and quiet. And here we go for our Open Nitro Truggy A main. Tim Brisbane was your TQ holder. He's in that all blue techno. Here, John Shaw said he had something for him this main, though. Always a strong contender here in this Nitro Truggy class. Those two got to try to work together, though, as Tim is already starting to try to find a little bit of breathing room out there. Right now, Tim Brisbane looking racy on his second lap, ripped off a 22.8. How about that? John, though, going to follow it up with a 23.4. Seth on a 23.7. These Nitro Truggy drivers showing us how it's done right now. Plenty of racing left ahead of us. Let's see how everything sorts out. Let these guys get settled in here. With 2 minutes down and 13 minutes left to go, it's Tim Brisbane to the top of the board. He's looking to check out here early. He's on a 41-15-21. Good battle going on for that number 2 spot as they go through that double-double section. That is John and Seth. Seth getting it a little bit wrong. Going to allow John to get a little bit of breathing room. Tim just clicking off laps. He had a 22.3 last lap. Now it's a 22.2. I know he's been hunting for that 21 all day long. Let's see if he's got it in that truck. 22.0. He only needs a 10th on his hot lap, and he's down to the 21 club. The gap between Seth and John is 8.9 with 3:30 down and 11:30 left to go. Now it is 9.6. John's starting to stretch it out just a little bit. Your leader in that all blue. Getting it all wrong over on that right side. Luckily didn't hit that wall right there. John coming up on 2 wheels, almost doing a little endo. Gets the power back down to the ground now. Tim just in full send mode. Almost full sent into the pole on and started the straightaway. Getting a little worried on that. Still got plenty of time to work with, though. Seth trying to get his lap back on Tim. How about a 23.0 from Seth? Starting to find some pace now. Starting to reel in John just a little bit. With 5 minutes down, 10 minutes left to go. 22-5 last time by from John. He's starting to pick up some pace. Trying to reel in Tim. Tim is only about 10 seconds ahead of John. John can string a couple of those together. He'll find himself a whole lot closer. Looking clean and consistent right now. Got Ryland doing the old windmill motion. Giving these guys a little bit of a boost at the end of the straightaway. "11 seconds is the gap from 1 and 2, and 11 seconds is the gap between 2 and 3. Pretty consistent across the board right now. Your running order, it is Tim, John, and Seth. We are 6:15 down, 8:45 left to go. Time to start thinking about pit stops. When is the time to come in? Come in a little early. Make sure you got fuel. Or do you come in a little later? Try to stretch out that gap a little more. Your leader getting it wrong through that center section. John is going to close in some time this time by. Little whip for the fans over that kicker right there. We are almost at that halfway mark. Looks like John is in for fuel right now. Here comes Tim as well. Ken on the gun. Pretty clean pit stop right there. With 8 minutes down, 6:50 left to go. Time is ticking away. Looks like Seth is going to get on by John, but I believe Seth still has a pit stop in that truck. Here comes Seth in for fuel now. Tom trying to get him fueled up. Pretty solid pit stop right there. It's going to allow Seth to close the gap just a little bit on John for that number 2 spot. Down the straightaway they go. We are 9:30 down, 5:30 left to go. It is all Tim Brisbane still leading the way. That is your all blue truggy over that center section. John Shaw in the 2. That is your white and green. Seth only separated by about 2 corners right now. Is 4 seconds on the clock. Seth hoping he can string some laps together here to try to close in on John. That gap was 8.3 last time by. Looks like Tim might have a lap on the field at this point. With 11 minutes down, 4 minutes left to go. Pretty much this battle between John and Seth has been 11 seconds almost the entire race. There was a little bit of a mistake early on from Seth, and this gap has stayed pretty consistent. Tim pretty much just checking out at this point, just trying to keep wheels to the ground. Tim getting it wrong coming out of the straightaway. Seth is going to give him a little bit of love. Gets him flipped back over. John going to sneak on by Seth. So these drivers are all separated by a lap now. With 12:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Can't see too much changing at this point unless we get a flame out. John going to get it wrong. Seth is going to get his lap back. Is there enough time on the clock for Seth to try to reel in John here? He needs probably about a good 20 seconds. Going to need to lay down some heaters.
2 minutes left.
With 2 minutes left to go, 2 minutes left to go, drivers. Little help on that kicker, little help on that kicker. Long lap there from John Shaw with a 31.6. What does Seth have in store for it? Seth's going to run a 23.4, so he made up a good chunk of time right there on John. That gap back to that 11-second mark we've been talking about all race. Tim Brisbane pretty much checking out at this point on cruise
1
control
minute left.
in that all blue truggy. Almost duffing it into the pipe right there. These drivers should make this lap and maybe one more. Tim getting it wrong, but still plenty of time at this point. Believe if he gets by for one more, he pretty much locks up this win.
Three.
John's pushing it, trying to make it by for one more. Just going to get caught at the line. Going to finish in that number 2 spot. You will be done when you cross the line.
Seth, Mr. Death Roulette done.
Seth, you're done. Tim, you're
drivers
done.
are finished.
Taking it down is going to be Tim Brisbane with a 38-15-13. John Shaw in that too. and Seth Rowlett in that number 3. Coming out next is going to be Open E-Buggy A-Man. Going to be looking for Ryan Nolan, Justin Duggins, Rylan Rubel, and Colin Leonard.
The race is completed. Ryan Noland. Ripon Rylan Rubel.
Going to need a few volunteers out there for this Open E-Buggy. These guys know what they're doing, though. It should be a pretty easy marshal in time.
Justin Duggins.
All right, I need my marshals out from last race, maybe a couple more. Looking for a check from Colin. Colin, are you out there? Colton going to help us out once again. You are the man. Thank you very much, sir. Ken giving us a little love as well. John starting to make his way out there. Tom going to help us out as well. Ken or Tim, do one of you guys want to jump to that middle cone? Yeah, do one of you guys want to jump to that middle cone? I think it'd be all right. We got the pro guys out here. They don't crash anyways. They said they're pros. All right, so your running order is going to be Ryan Noland on the 1, Justin in that 2, and Ripon Rylan Rubel in that number 3. Looking good on marshals. All right, drivers, it's going to be a 10-minute race. Let's take it easy. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go, drivers, for our Open E-Buggy A-Main. Looks like Rylan's trying to put the moves on early. Justin coming up just a little bit short on that double-double. Ryan Nolan getting it a little bit wrong. How about Rylan out at the top of the board from the 3 to the 1? Here goes this battle for the 1 through 3. 1, 2, and 3 over the double. They go through that center section now. Rylan rocking the Rent-A-Ride. Believe that is Austin Rubin's buggy. But Ryan Nolan has something for him. Don't count out Justin just yet. He's right there. Right behind these guys. Anything can happen. These two get tangled. He'll fly right on by. Looks like Justin might have caught a hole. The battle is on now. Ryan Nolan going to sneak to the inside. Rylan getting a little bit wrong. The two Technos battled it out through that center section now. Here we go. That battle's on for the 1 and 2 over the crossover. They go. It is a pink. How about Rylan ripping on by? What a move right there from Rylan. Can't believe he kept that power to the ground. I thought he would have traction rolled. But that buggy's looking good. Ryan Nolan, though, squaring him up, coming onto the straightaway now. Looks like Ryan is just a little bit quicker over on the left side of the track, but I think Rylan can carry a little more speed. Just as I say that, Ryan sneaking on by into the inside once again. Over on the left side we go. This is where Rylan's car starts to open up a little bit. Almost makes it happen. Little stoppy action right there. These two Technos battle now for 1 and 2. This battle is on here. Looks like Rylan might have gotten a little bit wrong. A little bit of breathing room for Noland. He has always been a contender here. He's gotten fast over these past couple months, figuring out this techno ride. Forget even here. He's even putting some podiums up at some of these regional races. Doing everything right now. Your leader getting it a little bit wrong coming on the straightaway. Rylan trying to capitalize on it. Hot lap of the race is going to be Ryan Noland with a 21-3. Your running order, it is Noland in the 1, Rylan in the 2, and Justin in that 3 spot. How about a 22-1 from Rubel? Looking good. Justin Duggins, 22.5 of his own. Starting to show some pace here with 4 minutes down and 5:50 left to go. Right now, Ryan Noland leading the way. That pink wing, you know his colors. Getting it a little bit wrong over the double. Rylan trying to close the gap. Justin is right there. The gap between 1 and 2, it is about 7 seconds. The gap between 2 and 3 is 4. One spot I notice a lot of these guys making up time on is that kicker. That's a tough section right there, but they are pretty much looks like slowing down, just making sure they're squared up correctly. The face of that kicker is a little tough, but they're doing everything right. How about a 21-3? Oh, I should say that was our hot lap already. My apologies. With 6 minutes down, 4 minutes left to go. Not too much is changing at this point. These two drivers pretty much staying the same gap from each other. Let's take a lap around with your leader. Next time by, he crosses the stripe. That is your pink wing over on the right side of the track coming across the line right now. Making his way down the straightaway. Going up on 3 wheels, but gets it wheels down. Good line through that center section. Hammers it through the center as well. Coming over that crossover pretty quick. Puts down all sorts of power. 22-2 for him right there. Let's take a lap around with Rippin' Rylan Rubel. Coming down the straightaway now. Over that double-double he goes with the rent-a-ride. Starting to settle into it quite a bit. Little shaky early on, but is looking good right now. Over the kicker he goes. Into the roller section and back onto the straightaway. How about a 21-8? That lap, that was his hot lap. Maybe even take a lap around with Justin. Justin coming on the straightaway now. With Noland in tow. That is your orange, blue, and white. Just getting it a little bit short over that double-double. See if he can finish out with a good lap here. As he comes underneath that middle section. Over the crossover he goes to the kicker and now to the rollers.
2 minutes left.
With 8 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Your closest battle is between Ryan and Rubel. They're about 9.6 right now. Rylan hoping for any sort of mistake out of Noland. Just like that. Gets it upside down, but luckily lands wheels down for your leader. It's tough when you see some of these faster drivers out there. They rarely make mistakes. And you got to try to capitalize it when you can. Coming up on a minute left to go, drivers. Coming out next is going to be race number 9, our final race of the day. That is going to be Sportsman E-Buggy.
1 minute left.
How about a 21-1 from Ryan? Almost the first one to a 20.9. That would be our fastest lap of the day. If I'm not mistaken, a 21-1 is fast. I was even impressed with Brian Gerber's last lap. He had a 22-1 in that truggy race. Laid it down at the line. A lot of pressure to be running lap times like that on the final lap. Looks like Justin might make it by for one more. It's going to be close.
1.
Looks like he's
Justin
just
Duggan's
barely
done.
going to get caught at the line. Justin, you are done. Waiting on 2 to finish.
Ryan Noland done.
Ryan Noland, you're done taking down the win.
All drivers are
And
finished.
Rippin' Rylan
Rylan
Rubel
Rubel
taking
done.
home that number 2. Justin rounding out your top 3. All right, I'm going to need all my marshals from last race and maybe a few more. This is our last race of the day. Let me make sure I get enough volunteers out there. I'm going to need quite a few as I had 3, maybe 4 drivers in that last race.
The race is completed.
Help me out, drivers. Help me out. Let me make sure I get my volunteer marshals out there.
Jimmy Bennett.
See quite a few marshals staying
Brandon
out there from the
Armitage.
last race. You
David
guys
Higgins.
are the best. Thank you
Charles
very
Maney.
much.
Hunter Hayes. John Shaw, Steve Hobson, Billy Massengill, Brandon Forst,
All right, let's do an all stop on the straightaway. All stop on the straightaway. Looks like Austin's starting to make his way out now.
Addison Keaton,
All right, looking for a check from Austin Rubin. Want to make your way over the line?
Austin Rubin,
All right, your running order is going to be Charles Malley in the 1, Austin Rubin in the 2, John Shaw in the 3, Brandon in the 4, Brian Gerber in the 5, Billy in the 6, Hunter in the 7, Steve Hobson in the 8, Jimmy Bennett in the 9, David Higgins in the 10, Brandon Forst in the 11, and Addison Keaton rounding out your top 12. All right, looks like everybody is good here. How are we looking on Marshall's? Marshall's looking solid. Our driver's going to be a 10-minute main. Let's take it easy through the first turn. We're going to be going live in less than 5. And here we go for our Sportsman A main. Little bit of a pile up early on, but it looks like our top 7 drivers make it through clean. Let's keep on racing, see how everything sorts out here. Man, it is going to be a battle for this race. This is going to be a good one to watch here. Your top 2 already starting to build a little bit of a gap. Charles Malley and Austin Rubin. How about Steve Hobson from the 8 to the 3 in the first lap? Something tells me this race is going to come down to traffic and how this all plays out. There is a lot of cars out there right now, and it is still a long race ahead of us with 1 minute down and 9 minutes left to go. Hunter Hayes got tangled up early on. Steve Hobson getting it wrong through that center section. Hunter Hayes now finds himself in that number 3. Your running order is Charles Malley in that 1, Austin in the 2, Steve Hobson. Looks like is going to be in that 3 last time by United. Is now Hunter in the 3, John Shaw in the 4, Brian Gerber in the 5, Jimmy in that 6, Steve in the 7, and Billy rounding out your top 8. Your leaders starting to make their way through traffic. Charles Malley, you know his colors. That is your neon green and purple. Austin Rubin looks like he got tangled up. He's having a bit of a long lap here. Hunter Hayes now up to the 2. Good recovery from him after that early bobble, getting caught up in that crash. Now he's got nothing but the leader ahead of him right now. Trouble over the kicker. Trouble over that kicker. All clear, all clear. You got all clear, all clear. Trying to do my best to call it out when I can. Make sure nobody gets tangled up on a blind spot. Your hot lap is going to go to Charles Malley. He's on a 23-2. How about Hunter Hayes with a 23-2 last time by for himself? A lot of big movers this race. Hunter Hayes from the 7 to the 2. Steve Hobson from the 8 to the 4. Hunting down John Shaw for the top 3. We are 3:15 down, 6:45 left to go. Let's see if we can catch your leader. Your leader in that neon yellow and purple through the center section over the crossover. If he comes up on you, give him a little bit of room. A little bit of love goes a long way. He's trying to work his way through traffic, just trying to play it safe. Doing everything right. Splits the difference, makes it by 2. 1 behind you, Nolan. Getting some of these marshals a workout out here. We are now 4 minutes down, 6 minutes left to go. Bit of a long lap for Charles there. How about Steve Hobson hunting down Hunter Hayes, only 1.5 back. Steve trying to land himself a podium here in our Sportsman E-Buggy A main. Hunter Hayes only 4 seconds back from Charles. He's starting to chip away at that gap right now. John Shaw now finds himself in that top 3. Going to take away that top 3 spot from Hobson. Austin Rubin now in the 5. Had a bit of a mistake early on, but he finds himself now in that top 5, still in that hunt. We are 5 minutes down, 5 minutes left to go. We are halfway. Trouble over the kicker. Trouble over the kicker. Trouble over that kicker. All clear now. That gap is now 3.3. It is shrinking between 1 and 2, Charles and Hunter. That battle is starting to get close on track. Hunter is in that all pink. Looks like they have 2 cars in between them, and that's about it. John Shaw ripping off a 23-2. He's starting to close the gap on Hunter. How about Steve Hobson back up in the mix? 7/10 behind that number 3 car. Trying to keep my eye on this lead battle going down right now. Hunter almost getting caught up in that rough section. Got one buggy stuck. I believe that might have been Austin. Trying to get the power down, but there's just so much dust there. It's hard to get up and over. One by one, Hunter trying to make his way through some lap cars right now. Trying to reel in Charles, but Charles is running clean and consistent. Your running order, it is still Charles in the 1, Hunter in that 2, John in the 3, Steve in the 4, Brian in the 5, David Higgins in the 6, Austin in the 7, Jimmy in that 8th, Billy in the 9, and Brandon rounding out your top 10. We are 7 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go, drivers. 3 minutes left to go. John Shaw in that blue and white is right there. Trouble over the kicker. Tough break there for Hobson. It's going to drop him down to the 5. But he just sneaks right back into that number 4. Hunter's going to get through. Charles Malley getting it wrong. Your leader. Here comes Hunter in that number 2. The gap was 5.8. Now it's 4.2.
Two minutes left.
Only one car between your 1 and 2. That is Brian Gerber, I believe. We are 1:45 left to go. Whole pack of cars coming down the straightaway now. 5 different cars. We are 8:35 down, 120 left to go. Trouble over the kicker. Trouble over that kicker once again. Got one upside down, one upside down. All clear, all clear. Some close battles for 5 through 8 right now.
1 minute left.
Hunter might be out early, not quite sure. Looks like he's trying to limp it around right now, but Charles, all sorts of breathing room. Hunter was reeling him in. Now, Hunter pretty much just in limp mode. We're 9:30 down, 30 seconds left to go. John Shaw now to that too. Right now, you're 1, 2, and 3. It is Charles, John, and Hunter with 10 seconds left to go. Looks like only a few drivers might make it by for one more.
2, 1.
Steve going to find
Austin
himself in that
Rubin
top 3 spot now.
Brandon Force done. Brian Gerber done. Addison Keaton
You
done.
will be done when you cross the line.
Billy Massengill done. David Higgins done. John Shaw done. Jimmy Bennett done. Brandon Armitage done.
Got 3 to finish,
Charles
3 to
Bailey done.
finish.
Hunter Hayes done.
Just waiting on a finish from
All
Steve.
drivers are finished.
And all drivers are
Steve
finished.
Hobson
Taking it down is going to be Charles Malley. Pretty much leading it from the tone. Got a breakaway early. John Shaw going to find himself in that 2. Hobson had a couple mistakes, but finds himself in the top 3. Austin in the 4. And Brian rounded out your top 5. All right, drivers, if you want to start making your way over to podiums for podium pictures and stickers as well, I'll go ahead and open up the track for open practice. But please make sure you get your podiums all handled. I need most of my drivers for podiums. On a side note, I just want to say thank you for attending our round number 6. Our next race is about 2 weeks away. That is 2 weeks on the dot. Not next Saturday, but it's going to be the Saturday after that. That is going to be May 16th for our round number 7.
The race is completed.
But either way, thank you for joining us once again. We hope everybody has safe travels home. Hopefully a good day of racing. And thank you for attending ROCCK Racing for a good day of racing. Once again, if you guys need podium pictures, make your way over to Podiums for Pictures. Practice is now open. If you guys want to make your way out for practice, practice is now open.
Jimmy Bennett. $48.5. $25.3.